Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome back to Louisville for the final day of the weekend, final day of action, the final day of what has been incredible drama. Simon Webb and Stephen Wyatt with you, as we have been throughout the weekend. And Stephen, we needed the break last night. We needed to catch our breath because we've had drama all the way through, and we're going to have plenty more.
This weekend has been insane. So many crazy moments. You can't even really talk about it because if you try, you're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
But last night with the mixed pairs, there was so much drama involved in the semifinals and the finals. It was really fun to watch and fun to be a part of. But totally different story. We're on a new day now.
Yeah.
And I'm scared for what it brings us.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. We've handed out 2 trophies so far. We've had the shootout and the mixed pairs shootout. That was over the last 2 days. Today we're going to hand out 3. We've got the conclusion of the Open, the Junior Open, and the Women's Open. This afternoon we are going to focus on the Open. We're going to get ourselves down from the last 32, where there are plenty of players currently playing in the last 32 behind me, and we're going to get ourselves down to the semi-finals by the end of the afternoon. It's going to be a big day, and we talk about drama, we talk about what we've seen, and you said some of those big moments in the mix, some of the big moments in the shootout. We've seen anything bigger than Justin Bergman hitting a golden break against Payne McBride in the shootout on day 1. And the reason I mention that is because they're going to be playing next on the main feature table. They've drawn each other in the last 32.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest moment of the weekend so far. And it was just the build-up. You know, we talked about it, and as it was coming in, we discussed the possibility, and then for us to we almost willed it into fruition.
Yeah.
But a little bit of revenge maybe on Payne's mind. And I know for a fact, because I spoke to him, Payne has a little bit better of an understanding of maybe that situation if it were to come up. So I think
it's less likely though in this format, because obviously we're adding 10 minutes to the clock, but only 1 minute to the race, and we're taking away golden breaks as well. So it's even less likely it can, obviously, because it can't happen with a golden break. But it still should be a lot of fun.
This weekend, I don't think anything's unlikely.
everything is possible, no doubt about it. But 2 tournaments so far this weekend. We've seen 2 players in both finals, the same 2 players in both finals. Obviously in the mix they had partners as well, but Tom and Justin both making the final of the first 2 events, and I believe they're in the opposite halves of the draw again. Who knows? 3 straight finals, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Justin and Tom are obviously both playing very, very well,
yeah.
And their patterns on this table have been immaculate all the way through the weekend, bar a few little small issues, but there's a ton of players who also haven't got the chance that are playing behind us. Gary Browning here from Louisville, obviously you have Shane Thompson, several other players all have that opportunity to squeeze in and knock Tom and Justin away so they can come in and grab the title. You never really know what's going to happen because it's a 7-foot table playing 8-ball, and that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely. 7-footer, 8-ball pool, Ultimate Pool USA, always a lot of fun. We're going to get the action underway though. Last 32 of the Open coming up after this break.
Over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players, that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
We are ready to rock and roll here on day 3 in Louisville. We are going to play ourselves down and find out our final 3 champions of our final event of 2024. Justin Bergman getting us underway. 40 minutes on the match clock. Race to 7 racks. And we are up and running. And we're up and running with a dry break. Well, now, when these two, we talked about it when we were out in the arena, when these two played in the shootout, Payne got off to a brilliant start and got pegged back and ended up going behind, had to win a rack with a couple of minutes to go, and he cleared up and left 2 seconds on the clock. He could have run it all the way out and not let Justin have a chance for a golden break. He left 2 seconds. Justin made the golden break, stole the win, went on to make the final, lost out to Tom Cousins. No golden breaks and ducks in play here, but it was one of the most dramatic moments we have seen in the first 8 months of Ultimate Pool USA. And they're going to lock horns again here. Extension call. Really good look here for Payne, and he started so brightly in the shootout against him as well. He wants to do the same here and then go on and see it all the way through. But it's going to be a challenge. Justin's arguably favourite for the tournament, or certainly between Justin and Tom, they're the two standouts. Stephen White has slightly delayed in joining me from commentary, but don't worry, he's here. He's just going off and sorting the drinks for us, so we're all good.
Well, I got to go back on this, just what you were saying right there. Payne had the advantage almost all the way through the match with Justin last time, so a little different circumstances here with the extra game and the extra 10 minutes, but again, like we said before, anything can happen this weekend, and everything has. And this looks to be a great start for Payne McBride.
Yeah, 8 ball to complete the run out, and to complete the run out off the Justin break as well. Wow. Wow. Can you believe it?
So on that shot, it seemed like he kind of stalled for just a second. And I don't know what caught him or what made him stall, but
it's one of those misses that when it happens, this could knock you for the rest of the match. You could fly home here and still be thinking about a miss like that. That is it's going to be a tough one to take. He's going to need an opportunity to respond to that pretty quickly, otherwise this one could hurt for a while. But obviously Justin's got a great chance just to run out and punish him straight away. It'd be a major surprise not to see that, and it would put a lot of weight onto Payne's next break if he does that. I know it would only be 1-0, but it's just, that was one of those.
yeah, the term is that pool players have to have a short memory. If they don't, it's really, really tough to get over a shot like that where you're a 95% favorite to make it, maybe even higher, and just didn't happen. But Justin's doing what he's supposed to do and absolutely punishing Payne for that mistake. And I feel a little for Payne because he's got to sit here and watch Justin run these balls out that he's pretty much guaranteed to run out. Sometimes as a pool player you want to just be like, okay, that's good, let's get on to the next track, but can't do that. Justin just taking his time here. Actually taking the 15 rather than the 14 here, which on paper looks a little funny, but I really think he just wants to not have to worry about the slight angle he had on the 14. Very unfortunate miss there from Payne. One that he knows he should have taken down. Wasn't meant to be. Justin Bergman takes rack number 1 in this race to 7. Payne really had that 8 ball, and again, I don't know what caught him, but he pre-stroked a few times, and he looked like he was going to pull the trigger, and he stopped and pre-stroked a couple more times and then pulled the trigger. Something got him, and I don't know what it was, but something I saw Joe Prince do yesterday is something got him like that, and he stood up, he reset, he got down, and he did his normal pre-shot routine and made the ball. And I almost feel like maybe Payne should have stood up if something caught him. As a pool player, it's very easy for something to catch your eye or move you around, and everybody will tell you, "Oh, you can't let that happen." Well, sometimes it just happens.
Could be a number of different things, but it's a significant moment early in the match.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, it's psychology of the game, psychology of sport fascinates me. You know, let's say, for example, that mistake happens the other way around. Justin Bergman misses that ball in the opening rack. He finds him 1-0 down. He doesn't. Obviously, it's going to be major damage for him. But he's so experienced, he's so comfortable and so confident with what he's doing out there. He can kind of just laugh off and go, you know, I got one wrong. Let's move on. My worry is when an underdog does it, and a youngster coming through like Payne is that he knows he's playing one of the best players around, and you immediately go into the match feeling like you almost need to play perfect, which is never a good thought process going in. You just need to play.
Well, we talked about a big moment, and Justin just had a big moment. This rack is messy as it is, but that time foul could be huge.
Yeah, I just finished what I was going to say, but yeah, that was a massive mistake from Justin. Cue ball in hand for Payne here. But yeah, no, I just think it can hurt more because you're starting on such a downer and you haven't got the experience to kind of just, you know, to deal with it. Yeah, but let's see. He's got an opportunity here to erase what's happened.
Yeah, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to forget anything about that first rack. He's kind of ended up in a weird spot here. I think he needs to take the 3 ball. A little worried about what's going to happen with the cue ball and even the 6 ball here. Okay, it came out okay. The 2 ball still needs a good shot put on it, but he set himself up for it. Simon, do you take the 6 and then the 2?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the 2's the ball, isn't it? And I think you have to get rid of it sooner rather than later. Don't think he's got a great angle to get nicely behind it.
Yeah, I think at the best he can do a little bump. He couldn't do the
no,
bump.
he was off the wrong way, which if you could have done, if you could have just fallen into the strike, then absolutely. The problem was with the breakout, he just feathered it, didn't he? And if he gets cushion first, then into it, it's popped over much more into the middle of the table, and he's got options then.
Yeah, so I would have preferred to shoot the 3 and leave myself a little bit better angle for that breakout, but no, and he's not taking the 2 ball now. I think this is detrimental to this run out. I know it's not the best shot, but I think it's very important. Oh, wow. Now that was a phenomenal shot. Maybe a little fortunate with a good kiss, but he got there, and that's what matters. Very important shot here. And he got the shot right, and he got the cue ball right, I believe.
I think he's maybe come down just a shade more than he would have liked. If he stops a couple of rolls short of where he has, you could potentially play a little bump on the strike below the 8 just to give him more of a window. But I think the 8 goes comfortably enough. I don't think he needs to worry, but he's going to have to go right side of the 4.
Yeah, just roll through, and he's just past straight, so all he's really got to do is just tap this ball, keep the cue ball centered in the table right there.
The only thing for me is that the 8 ball in the opening frame was so jarring that
taking on a tougher shot.
Yeah, if he's not right behind this, slightly edgy into the centre pockets.
Well, we'll see how short his memory is. He might.
Oh dear.
He's got it wrong. And I feel like he was trying to really make something happen there, and it just wasn't possible. Our referee going to be right on top of this one because it's going to move fast. Definitely a good hit, I believe.
Yeah,
and the 8 ball is in a weird spot here.
Back-to-back racks that he should have got out.
Justin's just going to play safe. Did he leave a gap? I think Payne can see this 8-ball. And in a crazy world, he can cut it towards the 10. And he just might get a good clip off the 10 into the corner.
Giving it a ride. Giving it a ride, but no luck there.
Well, actually, I'm not sure, but he may have come out okay. He might have hooked Justin on this 13 ball. I can't tell if the point has got him hooked or not.
I think he's okay. It's not comfortable, but I think he'd take it.
Well, Justin's eyeing it up, so obviously it does go. And that will start a pretty simple run here for Justin. Missed opportunity there from Payne.
All too easy, really, for Justin. Iraqi was always going to win after a mistake from Payne, and very similar to the opening rack. Only difference is Justin made an error at the start of this one, which it almost trebles the Payne for Payne.
Yeah, just a unfortunate situation for Payne McBride. You got to feel that he had two really good opportunities and they just got away from him.
Well, that's the action in the background, and these are the live scores from those games. You can see Matthew Reif is in a ding-dong battle with Sam Henderson. He was 5-4 up, now 5-5. Dave Matlock will play the winner of that, coming through a deciding rack victory over Gary Browning. That's an interesting section of the draw. Just finished, actually, as well. Young 13-year-old rising star from the Louisville area. We saw him in the shootout. The math man, Hayden Ernst. He just lost out to Tom Cousins, 7-5. I think they were all square at 5 each, and Tom's won the next two racks to get himself into the last 16. Most of the last 32 matches have been completed. Shane Thompson, he's gone through against Sadiq Adams. Cleve Thompson's on the verge at 6-4, so it could be the battle of the Thompsons, the friendly one, and Shane.
Well, I got to tell you, the one to watch there, and that we haven't seen this weekend here on the TV table, is going to be Cashton Keaton, another young kid. I believe he's 16, 17 years old, but he is an absolute monster on the pool table, and I expect him to go pretty deep.
We'll keep an eye on that. All the scores are available on Ultimate Pool USA's website,
including the juniors and the ladies.
Juniors, ladies, mix, open, everything. They are in a bracket form, but not in a bracket form as you all know and love. You can see it through, but it's sort of set up to work on a phone. So it is available.
I had a quick chat with Sophia Mass this morning. If you're wanting to keep track of her match, it'll be on at 12:30. You can watch that bracket and see how she's doing. She is out of the juniors, unfortunately, but she is still moving towards that title in the ladies' event.
Yeah, having to do it the hard way, giving up first matches in the juniors and the women's, so starting on the second life.
This is not the best outcome here for this shot. Justin's going to have a interesting play here with where that 2-ball is. Did he get the angle to break it out here? He did. And in this situation, Simon, do you feel like going into the 11 or going into the 2 is a better play? It's such a tough angle to try and squeeze in and hit just the 2. I feel like bumping the 11. Oh, he's going to bank it. Well, there's a shot. He didn't do himself any favors on the 3 ball. Should be okay, though. 7 ball gives him a decent opportunity at a cut shot on the 3. Must have not liked the breakout angle on the 2 ball. Encouraged him to go for the bank instead.
Well, Justin hasn't exactly started in electric fashion today, has he? A little bit of a slow start, late finish late last night, slow start this morning.
Yeah, that was interesting there. His timing was very, very quick, and almost like he was maybe a little annoyed that he put himself in that position. You could definitely tell that was not the smooth stroke Justin Bergman that we've seen. Absolute opportunity for Payne McBride to come in and get on the board here. And the time has dwindled down quite a bit. We're just over the 20-minute mark remaining in this match. And if Payne were to win this rack and go on and win the next one, we could be looking at a 2-2 situation with around 18, maybe 15 minutes left.
Just perfect shape this time. There's really nothing you can go wrong, but just because of what's happened in the opening 2 racks, Payne won't feel secure until he's over the line here.
And the pressure that Payne's got to be feeling, of course he's been in this arena several times now, but the pressure he's got to be feeling, I feel like it's going to help him get through the end of this rack. You know, even just getting down on this 8 ball, it's straight, it's an easy shot. I feel like he'll have that little bit of pressure on his chest there as he gets down on it. And he's on the board. A good win there and a very uncharacteristic miss from Justin Bergman. It's going to allow Payne McBride an opportunity to get back in this match. And with just over 20 minutes left, it's definitely on the board that we could get well into that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, it's been halfway, aren't we? Almost. It's been quite sluggish so far, but that's probably down to the fact that Payne's essentially had 3 runouts, and he's only won 2. Well, he's only won one of the racks, 2 to Justin.
Yeah, it'll be a little sickening for Payne if he were to think about it, is that it should be 3-0 right now.
Yeah. But at least he's punished Justin. At least Justin's feeling a little bit of pain out there himself.
Yeah, as he should. That's the key, is your opponent makes a mistake, you have to punish him.
Solid break that. Really clean hit. Work though.
Yeah, it's not the easiest run out he's ever had, but with that being said, we've seen Payne make some amazing outs. If you go back and watch the very first rack of their shootout match, Payne made one of the best outs I've ever seen. So we know he has the ability to do it.
Extension call.
He's just got to set himself up for success in these first opening shots so he can make the breakout that he needs to make.
It's not the one he wanted. It's okay. It's a little bit of a breakout on the 9. Probably playing the gap of the solid and stripe above rather than that 9. But
you know what I like here? I like taking the 15 in the side and giving myself an opportunity to bump the 13 out off the 9 ball. Just draw back into the rail and bump the 13 out. If you hide yourself from it, you may still have a shot on the 11 or the 10. This is perfect.
I think he's got too much angle.
I think he's got just enough to be able to yank that ball back and touch it. The question is, will he have a shot afterwards? And that's something that only Payne can figure out. Clean draw stroke here. Nice bump. And it's not the best shot, but he does have a shot on the 11. Just give him something.
That'll do. He can work with that. And that's a couple of excellent shots to now get into a position to be able to make the finish.
Yeah, some very, very really, really good shots by Payne McBride there.
Credit to him as well. I'm not giving the rack before he's got it, but the fact that he's, he was being given a little bit of help from Justin, but he's dealt with bad errors, really bad errors for his level in the opening 2 racks, and he's 3 balls away from being 2-2. Just okay, just okay.
Well, and I really like what I've seen here in this rack from Payne. He has a nickname. It is Major Payne, and to me that the thought of that is the word is discipline, and he showed a lot of discipline in this rack. Now just one more shot to make it to tie it up. Just needs to settle in. Perfect.
Very good.
I'm so impressed with Payne here. It's so hard to mentally get yourself out of the situation that he was in, and it really is a testament to how good of a player he is, not only physically but mentally, to be able to get into that like that. Can't say enough good things about him. Justin Bergman and Payne McBride all tied up 2-2 with 17 minutes, just under 17 minutes left in this match.
Only a couple more matches left going in the last 32. Sam Henderson's now edged in front over Matthew Reif, 6-5. The winner plays Dave Matlock. We know that Shane Thompson will play Cleve Thompson. Scott Prowler's got victory over Gary Luttman. Gage Smith has beaten Chris Heinz.
Player we saw in the shootout, Chris Mitchell, moving on easily, 7-1 against his opponent, Jamie Martin.
And will play Tom Cousins.
That will be an interesting one. Chris feels like he has all the ability in the world to win this event, and he'll get an opportunity to show it soon. Meanwhile, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman, at the table with a pretty clean run out here.
Yeah, nice layout at the right time here for Justin, just to reset. Didn't do too much to go 2-0 up. Kind of very sluggish start to the match for Justin.
And Justin will be the first one to tell you he's not a huge fan of playing early in the morning. It's not his ideal time of day, but anytime you're in a tournament like this and you're winning, you know you're probably playing early on Sunday morning to go for the gold.
Extension call.
Starting to get a few more people around the arena. I just saw Hayden Ernst walk in and grab a seat to watch his buddy Payne McBride play. Just lost out to Tom Cousins, but he's got a few moral victories this weekend. He's played pretty well.
I'm assuming he's still going in the juniors. I haven't checked out the draw sheet.
Yeah, I believe so. Got some of those juniors matches starting up pretty soon. I think there's a round at 12 or 12:30. UltimatePoolUSA.com will tell you in that bracket who is left. I'll see if we can get it run down here in a minute. Perfect.
Yeah, good run out from Justin, just what he needed just at that time.
So it looks like in our Junior Open, on our losers qualification, we have a few matches going. Rogelio Salazar Jr. II is playing Isaiah Greer, who took out Sophia Mast. It's 3-1 there. 3-0 Joseph King over his opponent. Jonathan Hammondtree 3-0 over Wesley McGoy. And Eddie Von der Rohe and Gage Smith are locked up real tight in a 2-1 race. Braden Cooper, Hayden Ernst, Braden Gallegos, and John Brown are all in, as well as Caden Herbach, Shane Petrick, Austin Axe, and Jesse Arndt. Caden Herbach going for his second junior title there.
Yeah, third. Well, he's been in back-to-back finals, isn't he? Looking for his second title, having lost out last time in what was an amazing comeback from Sophia Mast to steal that one away.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, the young gun from the Houston, Texas area, Shane Petrick, he's been to the last 3 events that we've had, and he is begging for an opportunity to make it into his final so he can show what he can do, as well as all of the other juniors are. And the break here from Payne at the table, and it's not the easiest run out. He would have liked a real cut and dry stop shot run, but smooth stroke there. I really like this, attacking the top balls first. The 6 and the 4 are pretty straightforward, and it looks messy, but really the solids play well.
Extension call.
I like that. I really do. He saw something he didn't like, and he stood up. He called his extension a reset. That is so important.
Dave Matlock, please. Sam Henderson, top table.
It sounds like one of our youngest competitors is getting ready to play one of our older competitors. Maybe a Sam Henderson, Dave Matlock match coming up.
It's on the TV table next, yeah. Sam Henderson just getting victory in the last 32, in the last few minutes. We're also going to see Chris Mitchell and Tom Cousins. That's the next two matches here on the main feature table.
That's I know where I'm going to be sitting for the next two games. Oh, that's a great shot there. Got a little fortunate that the 11 ball went in the hole as well, but nonetheless, he played it well. This is kind of a weird spot. So he's almost straight on the 7, and gut instinct tells you to play the 7 ball first.
Yeah, I would.
You got to make sure you get your cue ball in a good position for the 5.
I'd be tempted to, depending on the angle. If he can just draw it back, then that's the shot. But if he doesn't have that, yeah, he was able to. The risk was that he was going a little bit too close to the 5.
Yeah, that was not an easy shot to perform, especially under the pressure that he's under. Looking to tie it up once again. Just needs to make a clean shot on this 5 ball. Opted for the corner over the side pocket. Didn't want to bump the 10, and he set himself up very well on the 8 ball. There it is, 3-3. Payne McBride is hanging in with Justin Bergman once again, and this feels very familiar. 3-3 with 10 minutes left.
Yeah, both players have taken out a couple of good run-outs there, just to kind of feel like the level's just increasing, isn't it? The standard's just getting higher after a couple of moments early in the match.
And you can't expect every player to play perfect every time, but we saw some pretty large mistakes there from both Justin and Payne. It's good to see that they've both gotten over those mistakes and kept the level of play high. Justin going to be looking for a big break here. No golden break in play, and Payne is thankful for that. But Justin still opting for the sideball break.
Extension call.
And there you hear the sound effect. We are now on a 15-second shot clock.
Solids in play.
not much to discuss here. Justin's made this look very easy, and the pace of play with the shot clock coming up is obviously moved very quickly in this rack. Justin Bergman on the 8 ball to go up 4-3 over Major Payne McBride. And this is prior to the mistakes. We thought we might be in for a kind of a wild ride, but the performance of play has gone way up here, and it's just up to Payne to hold serve and hope that Justin makes a mistake on his next break.
Yeah, his one more mistake could be pivotal, but I think it's impressive the way that Payne's responded, and also Justin back to sort of feel like he's warming up. He's starting to find his level, find his game out there, and starting to look dangerous again. Just run through a few more results. Stephen McGay beat Timmy Bly 7-5, and he'll play Gage Smith. We know that Tom Cousins is through. He'll take on Chris Mitchell. We'll watch that one. Eric Picard beat David Nunn 7-1, and he'll play Cashton Keaton, who won 7-2 over Louis DeMarco, who played in a shootout. The only other match that's still going from the last 32. Alex Lindemann, Caden Herback, currently 5-4 to Alex. Winner of that will play Jonathan King, who came over Hill against Greg Hogue. Joe Prince got victory over Colin Atkins, and he'll take on Eddie Vonderoo, who beat Brendan McLeod 7-1. Excuse me. So there are your results from the last 32. We're already underway, well underway in the last 16 actually. Shane Thompson's taken the opening rack in the battle of the Thompsons against Cleve.
Huge advantage for Cashton Keaton over Eric Picard. 3-0. Insane. Error on the break there, unable to make a ball. It's going to send Justin Bergman to the table, and running out quickly in what is absolutely a cut and dry run out. Couldn't have asked for a better lay on the stripes here. Just narrowly avoided a rough spot for that cue ball, but he's going to be okay here.
Yeah, wobbles it in. No problems whatsoever on the 8 though.
And following this 8 ball, it will be Justin's break, so he's going to have an opportunity to go ahead. 6-3 here with a break and run on this next rack. Payne absolutely begging for a dry break from Justin Bergman. It's been such an interesting weekend here, Simon, but across the board, I gotta say that the level of play, when it has been good, it has been very, very good.
Yeah, we've seen some great pool, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Got a couple of updates here from our ladies event as well. It looks like Tina Larson over her opponent 5-1 currently. Haley Voigt and Sarah Stevens are currently tied up 2-2. Tracy Collins and Elul Kibaroglu, who just came shy of winning a championship last night, they are also tied 2-2. Tara Connor and Renette Chop are 2-1. Those matches continuing on. Sophia Mast in action over on table 16. And this is an opportunity here that Payne needed.
Extension call.
Do you see anything that jumps out at you, Simon?
Second call for Sandra Wilder.
No, this one
Second call
just-
for 27.
No, there's, to be fair, when you reanalyse it, there is a couple of issues out there.
I'm surprised he took the stripes there. I feel like the solids were much easier. He may have just
Did he not have a
had
starter?
one.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Did he have? I don't think he had an opening ball.
Yeah, I mean, he may have been able to do something with the one ball or the five, but he's actually played this really well.
Yeah, it solves one problem. Still has the 14 to think about.
And under that 15-second shot clock, not much time to dissect the rack.
I suppose there's plenty of room, isn't there, underneath the 14, so not really an issue. 15 still just in a slightly awkward spot.
Oh, look at this. How good did he hit that one?
Yeah, that was pretty special, wasn't it? That was ball in hand perfect. Had to force it 2 rails.
And he set himself up for to be able to play the 9
Yeah.
and then move for the 15.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have to use the 9, so I was expecting him to play from the top right to the 9, but then to get onto the one he's played, he was going to leave the 15 a little bit awkward, but that was excellent. That was a shot that was like the key that opened the door, wasn't it?
Well, I gotta say, Payne, as much as we talk about Justin's patterns, Payne really, when he's on, he really does have an understanding of how to move that cue ball.
Yeah.
Played that so well. Just needs to settle in and make this 8 ball.
I imagine it was in the back of his mind, but that was a very similar level 8 ball to the one he missed in the opening rack. And he's 5-4 down. You know, all other things being equal, he'd be 5-4 up if it wasn't for that bad mistake in the opening rack. Has played really well actually since the opening 2 racks where he made mistakes.
Well, and here's the real story, and we haven't talked about it much in the last few minutes because the runouts have been so quick and so easy. We're down to 3 minutes and 50
I know,
seconds.
it's amazing how that's happened. Wasn't really paying any attention to the clock, thinking that this one's just going to go along and probably finish without the clock getting into play. Well, it is absolutely in play.
And we talked about this weird area. I don't know what to call it. I need to come up with a fancy name for this area where it's so up and down on what you should be doing with the clock.
Well, yeah, it is. This is where you really have to start thinking and evolving thinking as well. 350, one rack behind, but Justin has the next rack. I think from my perspective here, if there's a run out on, you have to try and make it at all costs. But if it's a run out that you can do quickly, I think it's in Payne's benefit to do it quickly.
And the cue ball is in a good spot. There's a ball down. And honestly, barring the 7 ball, which has been a problem all weekend.
But he can deal with a 7 first shot. I think
So you think it goes past the 8?
I think you just play a little bump into it now. First shot. You are going to be leaving the 4 alone at the bottom, but there is room to get there. Oh, he's hit the gap. Can you believe it?
Okay, that's okay because he still has opportunities here to take care of that. And it's not ideal, but the 7 ball does go in the bottom right-hand corner. You would have to be in a really nice spot for the cue ball, but oh, what a nice bump that was. Gotta get fortunate here. He's done it. He can see the 7 ball. He can also see the 4 if he couldn't, but it's not going to matter.
If he can see the 4, he should play it, in my opinion.
The side pocket plays big for the 7 if he got down here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he needed to take that ball. But I think he's going to go down table here. Wouldn't be in his benefit.
I think you think you got to leave it last ball now. Yeah, just needs to come up short, needs to stop. That's bad. That's a bad angle.
I think he can still get around.
If that stops the other side of it on this angle, it makes life so much easier.
He's going to draw this ball.
He's got to juice it up. Oh, and the flick hurts him.
He's got a shot.
He actually got too much on that. Actually got too much juice on it.
And this plays okay. If he can make this ball, the cue ball is just going to come up and down the table, and he'll have a shot on the 8 in the same pocket. If he can see it. Oh, no.
That will be that, you feel. Already one rack down. Ball in hand, Justin Bergman. 1:37 left on the clock. Just a case of calm yourself and roll these through. Remember, no golden breaks in play or anything like that. So,
yeah, and realistically, the rack, the match could end right here. Justin doesn't even have to run these out, really. Just
no,
the 10 seconds at a time.
Yeah, the match is over essentially.
But what a immaculate run by Payne there. It's unfortunate that he didn't get a better shot on the 4 because he really worked hard for that. I feel a little rough for him because he's been in contention against Justin Bergman twice now and just got some rough rolls. And Justin seems to be speeding around this table. You don't expect a mistake, but
yeah, he is kind of speeding around. He doesn't need to. I mean, essentially the match over, really, as long as he runs the clock down enough here. I was thinking if he missed at any point and left 40 seconds, now we're at 30, there is just about time, but once we get sub 30, it's not available. So all that will happen here is he'll make our referee Darryl rack the balls up for no reason whatsoever.
Well, and you got to hand it to Justin Bergman for hanging in there because he had his back to the wall for a little bit. He did have to hold serve, but it looks like Payne is going to go ahead and concede the match.
He is. He left 1 second on the clock. He's done the right thing in conceding the match. Nobody wanted to see the balls racked up just for a 1 second break, but it was a very enjoyable match. Justin very much a morning match, you'd say there. He was a little bit sluggish out the gate, and Payne did not punish him. It was Payne that was actually made the more of a sluggish start. 2 bad errors in the opening 2 racks. Other than that, he played some really good stuff, as did Justin Bergman, who is just doing what Justin Bergman does and making the game look easy. And he marches on to the last 16. There you can see, table just getting itself a little clean down, getting itself ready for our next match, which is up on deck. And it is a generational battle, let's say. It is Dave Matlock taking on one of the young superstars in the game in Sam Henderson. Join us after the break for that one.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back. We are ready to go here. 52 years between the two players in our next match. One of the legends of the game, certainly legend of bar box pool, Dave Matlock taking on one of the rising stars in US pool, Sam Henderson. They both actually had to work very hard in coming through their last 32 matches. Both, I mean, Dave got off to a slow start, was 2-0 down, had to peg it back, got back to Hill and took the victory over Gary Browning. Sam Henderson was 5-4 down and ran the last 3 racks to steal away the win over Matthew Reef.
A couple other close matches we heard about as well. Hayden Ernst almost in a position, from what I hear, to have gone up 5-4 over Tom Cousins, unable to get there, and Tom eventually takes that out. But what a showing for the very young, very talented Hayden Ernst.
Yeah, very impressed with how he's gone this weekend.
We may still have a chance to see him on our TV table here because he's still in the juniors. And making it this far in the Open really is a testament to how well he plays. But you talk about somebody who is made for this venue, this format, and this style of pool. It's got to be this guy, the human highlight reel, David Matlock.
And he's got a good chance in the opening rack. So it's a race to 7 and 40 minutes on the clock. No golden breaks or ducks in played. That tournament rule only exists for the shootout. International 8-ball rules, and this should be entertaining.
Is it bad that I'm a little upset that the rack is so cut and dry? Because when it's not as easy, Dave Matlock really just puts on an absolute show. It's like magic. It's really crazy what he can do and the things he can do with that cue ball. We've seen a ton of highlight reel shots this weekend already. So when you see an open rack like this, you, in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, oh, I wish it was harder.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. You always get the same thing when Chris Melling ever gets himself in trouble when you're commentating on him. You're like, hang on a minute, this might be a moment. There's certain players just have that extra special gear, don't they, when they need it? And Dave Matlock is in that bracket.
I would love to see a match between Chris and Dave where the rack is broken by somebody like me who doesn't break well.
Yeah.
Force it to be a crazy match.
Massively disappointing visit to the table for Dave Matlock, in all honesty. Got the first shot wrong, was trying to come across for the one on the side rail, didn't quite come far enough, and from there he got himself in trouble, so disappointment. Not if you're a Sam Henderson fan, though, who now gets an opportunity.
Yeah, and I got to say, letting Sam Henderson to the table here is definitely something that Dave doesn't want to do very often. He's already going to get opportunities on his break, assuming he makes a ball, because he does break very well. So you don't want to give up racks on your own break.
Well, Sam's got himself in trouble very quickly here.
Yeah, I still think he can cut this ball and give himself an opportunity.
I don't think he's thinking two. That's too thin. Needed to pull the ball back.
I definitely didn't like the real first shot, but
No.
I guess it works out because he's leaving the cue ball on this end.
Well, fortunately, leaving the cue ball at that end. I don't think that was played, was it? That was a slightly edgy visit to the table for Sam Henderson as well. So maybe similar to the last match, where both players just starting off a little bit on the edgy side.
Oof.
To be fair to Sam, he's not had too much time off the table. Though he's 18 years old, he's got he'll be no problems for him with stamina. But you know, they started at 10 o'clock this morning, and he only finished his previous match about 15 minutes ago. Straight out here, straight on the TV table.
And I think he's going to feel comfortable on the table. You got to think that even with maybe not the best showing in the shootout, he told me he does enjoy the table. He likes the way it plays, and the kid really is a student of the game. He wants to get as much pull as he can, and he's been that way for a long time. I have a really good friend of mine named Josh Suits in Illinois, and he's been helping Sam for years get around to tournaments and get involved where he can be in the pool world, and Sam has just taken to it so well. He truly is a generational player. I feel like he will be around and one of the big names for a very long time. Maybe as long as Dave Matlock has been.
Maybe. Made pretty light work of this second opportunity in the rack. He'll feel fortunate to have got a second opportunity, but he's done what he needed to do.
Yeah, it's not often that you're going to get 2 opportunities at the table when you're playing Dave Matlock or Sam Henderson, so you must feel very fortunate to take this first rack. A little bit of a time killer, almost 5 minutes off the clock. We don't see the clock come in very often during these open matches. 1 extra rack along with an extra 10 minutes compared to our shootout, but we saw it come in last time, especially when the players start a little slower. A few more mistakes, it can definitely get there. And Sam's mom, Tracy, one of our league operators, she's got the Quad Cities area.
She has, yeah.
If you're watching right now, supporting Sam, and you're in that area, you should definitely reach out to her, figure out how you can get involved in Ultimate Pool USA League. It's a great format. Really gives every player an opportunity to win. And our tagline is for the players for a reason. We really do listen to the feedback that we get from our players and our league operators on how we can adjust things and make things better. We started our test session back in, what was that, June, July?
Yes.
Yeah.
July, I think.
And I played the first test session, and just 4 weeks, the differences between how we were doing things and how structured it was changed a little bit, and all for the better. And then throughout the first test session, our app continues to get better. Our web-based app currently, it continues to get better and easier to use. And it really is such a fun format to play in a league setting.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the Ultimate Pool Leagues are an awful lot of fun. If you are in the Quad Cities area or anywhere in America, go and check out Ultimate Pool on Facebook and website and Instagram and everywhere. But the groups for the leagues are all on Facebook. And if you are in Quad Cities area, Ultimate Pool League Quad Cities is what you're looking for.
And Simon, if there's a league area that doesn't have a league, so say some place that doesn't already have a league operator and somebody might be interested in that, how do they get the information on that?
Email the team, so email league@ultimatepoolusa.com and register your interest, and the acquisitions team will reach out to you and have a conversation, see if it's something that you might be interested in, and there's a whole process from there.
And although we are in 29 states, that does leave another, 21?
21, yeah. But we're not. We're in 29 states, but there's a lot of room within those states for us to still fill up as well. So there is a huge part of the country that we still want to get to, and
plenty of opportunity if you are interested in one of those league areas.
Yeah, there's more news coming out daily on different areas. We're launching another area tomorrow.
Well, that's exciting news, so keep an eye on our socials for that. Sam at the table here, kind of in a weird spot. Played a great shot. Wow.
Yeah, rack winning bank, that one. Should be a rack winning bank. Does need to play a good cue ball for the 8 ball. I quite like going 2 in the side and then leaving the 4 as my connection to the 8.
Yeah, I think that plays well first, but
I like 2. I know the 2 in the side's got angle there, but if you drop it in absolutely dead weight, it should leave you on the one he's just played. Then you've got the 1 with a natural to leave good shape on the 4 to get on the 8, which is the key shot.
Yeah, and I think he's just made this rack immensely more difficult here, leaving that 2 ball. May still get out of it. He's a great player, and he has a ton of upside. I expect to see him kind of stun the ball over and likely just draw out towards that same area, but it could have been so much easier. Underdrew it a little bit. The ball still goes, but it makes for a very tough cut, and your cue ball is going to be loose. Not only that, but this table is definitely playing a lot tighter than it was on shootout night. Need to hit the center of the pocket with this 8-ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Heart of the pocket. And nice run out in the end from Sam. And he goes 2-0.
And he'll definitely be happy with that one. He knows how dangerous Dave Matlock can be on the bar table, but he also knows that Dave has, for being an older gentleman, he has a tremendous amount of stamina on this table. He can outlast his opponents just as well as maybe Sam could. So he's got to keep his foot on the gas here. If he gets an opportunity, he cannot make a simple mistake just because he has that 2-0 lead. Dave looking real nice in that jam-up jersey.
Third rack. David Matlock's break. Trailing 2 racks to 0.
Big break here. Watch out, cue ball. Stays up, but nothing down. Sam Henderson coming to the table here with another decent look if he can get an opener, and I think he does. And this is interesting here because really either layout plays. He's nominated stripes. And he's played that well. Really the only question mark there is going to be this 14 ball, and I think he'll be able to get to it pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got room. This is a little bit easier than the last layout, which he dealt with very well. This is as good as you'd really want it.
I didn't want to be tree-topped on that ball. It makes queuing up over this immensely more difficult.
Yeah, this has gone wrong.
With all ball fouls in play, our referee Rich is going to be like a hawk on that 11 ball, making sure there's no movement. Played it well, and he's just... Does the 11 go on the side? Yeah, I think it does. This could have gotten really, really hairy, but it looks like the 11 ball just passes.
It's been a very good recovery.
And just one more part of the puzzle to figure out. I like the 13 playing the 12 down and just rolling down to shoot the 14 in the side pocket. He sees it differently. He's going to go to the side rail and come back for the 14 in the same pocket.
I like the way that Sam's gone. For me, it's the natural way of doing it. If you go the other way around, then you're going to have a problem connecting the two together. This way, the natural connection is there.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Just.
Yeah, he's going to be able to come up to the top of the table and leave himself a shot on the bottom right-hand corner for the 8 ball. Just needs to make sure that he gets the cue ball right on this. Don't want to undersell it or oversell it. This will work. Sam Henderson playing really well this morning.
First visit to the table for Sam Henderson was he just got himself in a spot bother after a couple of shots. Thereafter, he's been flawless. Excellent stuff. And he is 3-0 here.
Absolutely. And just a little update around Shane Thompson absolutely dominating, up 6-1 over Cleve.
And he plays the winner of this match. Or if he wins, he plays the winner of this match. The winner of that one plays the winner of this one.
Justin Bergman back on the table, up 1-0 against Scott Proud. Eric Bakar struggling against Cashin Keaton, who holds a 5-3 lead. And then, of course, Sam Henderson and David Matlock playing now. Our next matchup on the TV table, Tom Cousins and Chris Mitchell. Going to get to see how TC's hitting the ball this morning. A couple of other matches still waiting to get underway. Joe Prince and Eddie Vonderow are scheduled for a very good match, I'm sure, coming up soon. We're well on our way in Championship Sunday.
Messy this time.
Yeah, this may be not going to be as cut and dry as the last few racks.
Extension call.
Joe Brick, please. Joe Brick, table 6.
Well, Sam trying to make something happen here. I'm not sure what he has in mind. There's still no ball nominated or in play.
I just think at 3-0, you shouldn't be the one to push it out unless you feel it's one you're going to get. But if the shot like that, you expect him to. That was excellent.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. If the 15 passes to the side pocket, which there's a small possibility it does, this is actually not bad at all. It just became a little harder. Got a bump there that maybe he didn't want.
He needs one more bump.
Sam Henderson looking really, really good this morning. The 15 ball here. Do you think it goes on the side?
No. I think he's in a spot of bother here. I'm not entirely sure where he's going.
Well, the only thing I can think of is maybe he's going to yank this ball back with a good chunk of power and try and move the 15 towards the corner.
Just think he had the angle. Okay, so he's just going to come back for a really off-angle pot to the corner.
Well, this will be an absolute highlight reel shot. The good thing is the cue ball moves naturally towards the line of the 8 ball. He's got to get this one right, though. You can't leave Dave this kind of layout. And that's the problem with not taking care of your problem balls early. Is he going to get a little fortunate here? Dave's going to get out here, I think. Barring any crazy mishaps, he's really got a great table layout to play on.
please, table 23. John Cage Brown, please.
This is definitely the resurgence that Dave needed. A couple early mistakes put him in a hole of being down 3-0. However, looks like he's going to get on the board here. We are 3-1, and a couple of mishaps there for Sam. I feel like he had the opportunity to get that ball out of play a couple times, and he just wasn't able to make it happen.
Yeah, maybe chased one. He pushed the boat out. Interesting, having a bit of a chat about it while we check out the scores going on around the room right now. Alex Lindrum and Caden Herback, that is actually still a last 32 match. They've been playing since 10 a.m. this morning, so that's coming up on a 2.5-hour battle, which is quite incredible. International 8 rules, that does not happen very often. They're hill-hill, and the matches are all getting underway. Eric Picard and Cashton Keaton was one of the first matches to get going in the last 16, which is why they played a few more racks. And I should point out, Shane Thompson is already into the quarterfinals. Very comfortable victory over Cleve Thompson. And Shane will play the winner of this game in the quarters.
And Shane's been one of those players that he's been over here for every event. He hasn't really done all that well. I mean, he's doing what we expect him to do and getting far, but going out kind of early. This could be a breakout event for him.
He had a good run, didn't he, in the opening shootout in Louisiana. Made the semi-finals, lost out to Darren Appleton, I think it was,
Eventual winner,
which was the eventual winner, and then had, cashed in the Open. I think he's cashed at every event. It's just hasn't quite been a factor in terms of winning the tournaments.
But there's always that opportunity here.
Yeah. It would be no surprise to see him win the tournament. He's that level of player. I'm surprised he hasn't kind of made a final or a semi in the Open so far. I think this game is really well suited to him. He's got great hands, great touch, great feel, and I think it really lends itself to bar box 8 ball.
Yeah, very much so. A touch player, and this game should be in his wheelhouse. But he's got tough competition when you've got players like Sam Henderson, Dave Matlock, Tom Cousins, Justin Bergman, all still in the Open. So one of those players will go out on this match here. And at the moment, Sam Henderson looking very good. Not only looking good, but looking comfortable on the table.
Just in perfect shape, just for another run out here to go back 3 in front.
Yeah, it's a little chilly here in Louisville. Currently 61, and was much colder this morning, around 45 degrees. And a lot of times when you have a colder outside area, it can definitely make the tables play a little tighter and maybe a little bouncier also. Lack of humidity. We had a ton of rain come through on Wednesday and Thursday. Luckily, all sunshine here in Louisville, Kentucky at Rail Yard Billiards.
Nicely done for Sam. Picked another one apart, 3 away from victory. And 21:54 left in the match. The match clock not really a factor right now.
Yeah, agreed. We've seen the match clock come into play on matches like this. See a comeback, a big comeback, and things start to get a little wild, but the way Sam's playing, you don't expect him to make too many mistakes. So it's going to be up to David to hit a good break and get a good run out to put some pressure on Sam.
Six rack. Henderson's break. Did it 4 racks to 1?
Controlled break, multiple balls down. Actually, all 3 solids, making this run out very, very simple.
Yeah, you say simple. It's one you absolutely should get. Just needs to play a couple of key shots, depending on which way he goes. I mean, if he goes solids, then it's the first shot gets right angle on the next ball, it's all over.
Yeah, 5 ball was always the key there.
Yeah, but it was just getting the bump to go high, so that you know, if he gets the bump and he lands straight, all of a sudden then you've got a slight issue, but not too big of an issue. So one shot kind of wins the rack, really.
Yeah, with the 7 ball being so close to the 8 ball, you have to think that he's going to get out here. Everything really connects together any way you want to do it.
Yeah.
7 ball, just a little bit of draw on the ball. Did that really well. Take the 3 in the corner, and now you got the 8 in the side, and you're up 5-1 against the legendary bar box player Dave Matlock, and it's going to put Dave in a big bind. We got to see the debut of Miss Matlock last night. Didn't have the outing that they wanted in the mixed pairs, but it definitely was fun, and I know she enjoyed her time out there.
Yeah, it was one of those that they didn't really get much of a go. That was a perfect performance from Tina Larson and Justin Bergman. Limited Dave and Peggy to just a handful of chances, maybe 3 in the match. They took one of them.
Yeah, Peggy was all smiles during that match. I'm sure she's watched Dave in matches like this, and probably watched him in a few arenas like this as well. But being inside the arena with your significant other has got to be something that you get to hold on to for a long time as far as memories go. So
yeah, it's pretty cool. Shame for them they didn't get more opportunity, but hopefully we get to see him again. When and where our next event will be, you can find that out later today. Can let you know. The next event for Ultimate Pool USA will be announced at the end of the show.
Well, that's very exciting. 8 ball in, however, that is not a win of the game and not a loss of the game. All that's going to happen is the ball will be spotted, and Sam Henderson is going to be at the table here. Very unfortunate roll there for Dave.
Yeah, would have been the golden duck, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, that's not. Fortunately for him, it's not in play, but it won't feel like that because it's still going to probably cost him the frame. Sam Henderson with a really good look here to go on the hill.
Yeah, there's one shot that plays a little difficult, and that would be the 3 ball. He can take care of it early using the 1 ball to get on it. But nice little bump, and this is perfect. I'm also did the 3 get blocked by the 15? Or is it still going the side?
I don't think it does. I think he's just giving himself a bit of work.
That was always going to be a touchy shot, bumping that 15 towards the path. He's going to bump the 3-ball out and make it available. That's a really good shot.
Yeah, and he's done well not to do any more damage. The 11 could have easily blocked the 7. It could have easily blocked the 3. And it's ended up coming out really clean.
Yeah, 100%. Just one more little piece of the puzzle to figure out, and that's how to get to the 6-ball. I'm assuming he's going to use the 3 as his last shot before the 8. And again, Sam Henderson coming through very well on these patterns.
Just went on the thin side of the pocket there, and nearly, or has he?
He's lost it.
He has.
He's lost his opportunity at the 3-ball. He does have a rail first shot. However, the cue ball will absolutely be traveling towards that corner pocket.
Shot.
Oh. Well, getting out of that one, this is going to be an absolutely immaculate out by Sam Henderson if he can make this 8-ball in the side pocket. Really testing the young man's knowledge of the game with this one.
Yeah, dealt with a little bit there, didn't he? A couple of problems along the way. And looked like he'd done all the work and created more, but all sorted, and gets himself one rack away from the quarterfinals here in Louisville.
Huge accomplishment. I don't think he's made it this far in the open yet.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of good wins in the shootout over the course of his couple of tournaments with Ultimate Pool USA. But yeah, quarterfinal of the Open, and Shane Thompson is what he's looking for. One more rack for that.
And that would be a great match to watch. Either one of these players moving on to play Shane would absolutely be entertaining. Chris Mitchell getting ready for his match against TC.
How about that for a break?
Wow.
That's power. Was he made 4 solids?
4 solids, yeah.
Wow.
And has a shot on one. He's actually got a shot on 2. I think the play here is to take the 4 on the side and then the 1.
I'll just take the stripes.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely playable.
Yeah.
And Sam agrees with you here.
At the elite level, 99 or 90% of the time, let's say, if you make 4 of one colour off the break, and you will go the other way. Top players aren't worried about the fact you've got to put 8 balls instead of 4. And you just want more balls on the table to be able to connect things together and put a pattern together.
Well, this has gotten a little tough here because now he's going to have to play the combo, I think. 15 ball just rolled in front of the 11. Just makes the rack a tiny bit more difficult here.
Did you play the bump? Or
I don't think so. I think I stop the ball and I take a little bit tougher of a shot on the 14. He may be looking at the 10 ball though. A little bit of elevation. Oh, he's just able to draw out of it.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, was it worth, getting on the 14? As in, if he could have got to the 14, bumped it over the, down the table and had a shot down the table, and then used that to then take the one he's just taken to leave the 10 as your last ball. But no real problems the way he's gone.
Yeah.
all very nice and clean and absolutely pinpoint throughout, really.
Well, and this has really been a class showing from Sam Henderson. Dave Matlock, a few mistakes early on, never was really able to get on the ball. But Sam Henderson, what a showing here. The young man has moved on and is looking to get his shot in the Open. He wants to win that title. So very good job for Sam. Unfortunate, Matlock is out.
Yeah, Sam Henderson moves on. He'll take on Tom Cousins in the last 8 of the Louisville Open. Just looking down the scores, Justin Morgan 5-0 up already. Scott Proud. We've got more action coming up from the last 16. Tom Cousins, one of the big favourites for the tournament, taking on Chris Mitchell. That's going to come up after this short break.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
And Dr. Walderby and Julie.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go. Very casually, Tom Cousins, top cat, walked into the room. Everyone was just waiting for him to get himself set, almost like he's the man to be. He is at the top of the tree right now, so I guess he is. We were all waiting on his presence, but he is finally here. I have to say, Chris Mitchell was in the arena the second that Sam and Dave walked out, so it's I don't think there's mind games. I don't think Tom has that in him, but he was made to sit around for a little while. But it's a really interesting matchup here because Chris Mitchell's absolutely got zero respect for reputation here. He's going to believe that he does believe, I can tell you that he believes he's going to win this tournament, and he's got a very big mountain to climb in Tom Cousins, who has proved time and time again that he is right up there with everybody in the world. Certainly the number one player in ultimate pool terms right now.
Well, Chris Mitchell, I'll tell you just something that I saw during the Sam Henderson-Dave Matlock match. I believe the score was right at 5-1 or 6-1. Chris was over here on this table to our left, and he was on the table stroking, no ball, just making sure his stroke was smooth. So he knew where he was going next. He knows how good Tom is, and he's doing his due diligence to make sure that he's prepared mentally, physically, all of that stuff. I think we're in for a treat here. Tom looks a little perplexed. Maybe not what he wanted here. Oh no. This is not good for Tom.
You couldn't quite see it on camera, but I can tell you that Tom, who gives very little away when he's out there, was muttering some very choice words to himself.
Well, he's able to make the good hit, but you're giving up an open table, and he actually bumped the two balls that would have been a little bit of an issue and opened both of them up to make them available. Chris loses his chalk here. Well, a very quick rack here for Chris Mitchell after that big mistake by Tom Cousins. just on the 8 ball. And he's going to take a 1-0 lead against the current king of the arena here at Rail Yard. And Tom involved in a heartbreaking mixed pairs event last night, at least for Tom. Justin Bergman and Tina Larson win the title and the trophy over Tom Cousins and Tara Connor via 6-ball shootout.
Yeah, that doesn't quite tell the full story though, does it?
No, not quite.
Just the drama. They probably both pairs will feel like they should have won it in real time. It was 4-0 at one stage, back to 4-4, and the drama unfolding in the final rack. But in the end, it was a 6-ball, and if we're honest, and Tom knows this better than anyone, himself and Tara absolutely should have won that 6-ball. One that got away.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate there, the way that happened. If you want to see that full match, make sure you go check it out on our YouTube and Facebook. Wait until this match is over, because it's going to be a good one. Chris Mitchell up 1-0 against the man from Wales. What do you see here, Simon?
Problems. See problems.
This is a very interesting layout.
It looks like he's looking at the stripes. Just think, how much room is there for the 9? If you can get to the 9, you can open everything up.
And I think really
that's not great.
I was going to say that really the biggest problem not only was the 9, but also the 8-ball. He could have remedied that if he got a shot on the 9-ball, but unfortunately that ball is now in the pocket and is going to make things very difficult for the 8-ball to be shot.
I was thinking that if he, could have got onto the 9, he could have used that just to bump the 8 open, but he obviously felt he couldn't get there, and then in the end he's very good at kind of, if he can't figure it out, he's going to scratch it.
Oh, wow.
Under time pressure.
Huge mistakes from Tom Cousins in just 2 racks time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, though, Tom's very good at kind of resetting the rack. If he doesn't like what he sees, he just resets it.
And Chris here under the gun. 1 second on the clock. Plays the loss of turn shot, but it's not a great one. This rack has been full of drama. Oh, wow. And you feel like with the error from Tom, Chris should have really been in a position to win this rack and be done with it by now. And now with not necessarily an error, but I guess maybe just a bad play on the loss of turn shot, Tom had an opportunity and he's ended up in a weird spot. This has been the craziest rack so far. And the time clock still being 30 seconds, we've seen it put the players, both of them, under immense pressure.
Huge shot coming up right now for Tom Cousins.
He's got to get this one right. You overroll it, you risk scratching. you underroll it, don't really have a shot.
Yeah. Fancy him to make this kick shot though. I'd fancy him to go very close to making it.
Come off the back rail, send it towards the corner.
That's what I was thinking. He's looking at the side rail. I was looking at the long rail, or the short rail, I should say.
The point of contact to make this 8-ball is so very, very close. He's going to play safe. Oh, wow. He didn't play safe.
Almost a little bit of frustration in the way he played that one. Not the start Tom was looking for.
Maybe some desperation as well. While maybe he should have already had it available to him, Chris Mitchell giving himself a chance to win this rack, but that bump on the 8-ball was really bad there. Now the 7 is again in trouble. Just a matter of if he can get to the 7, if he can see it. He may try for the bump here.
Gets it this time. And this should be perfectly set up for 2-0.
While maybe on paper he is the underdog, Chris Mitchell taking a 2-0 lead over Top Cat Tom Cousins. 30 minutes left on the clock. It is a race to 7. Impressive showing by Chris. He played well in the shootout.
Yeah, he did, and so far he's just living off Tom Cousins' errors. And Tom's not really got going at all in this match. He was pushed all the way in the last 32, nearly all the way, by the Mav man, young Hayden Ernst. In the end, Tom got over the line 7-5. So we didn't see any of that match. Obviously, Hayden would have played well to take someone like Tom so deep, but question whether Tom's really hit the ground running today, whether he's in full flow. Been a long weekend for him. He's been involved in every event and gone deep, obviously. 2 finals, 1 title, 1 runner-up.
Just a little bit of an update out from the field. We do have 4 confirmed players now for our quarterfinals. Obviously, we know Sam Henderson and Shane Thompson have both won their matches. Justin Bergman in his, and Cashton Keaton also confirming his spot in the quarterfinals of the Louisville Open. Joe Prince and Eddie Vondero still playing. Caden Herbach finally won his match and is playing in the last 16. Gage Smith and Stephen McGoy, who we've seen a couple times, still trying to battle it out there at 3-3. It's going to be an interesting quarterfinals.
Tom has to get out here just to get going in the match. This is too good a layout to make an error. If he does, it would really set him on the back foot.
Yeah, you got to believe he's the favorite 110 times out of 100 to get out here.
Yeah. Has he come down a roll too far to make this easy? Yeah, he did. And I think he's okay, just. It's not ideal, he's off angle, but I think he can at least play the 7.
Not sure if Tom had his coffee this morning. He looks to be struggling, and it could tell a little bit of the story as to why Hayden did have such a close match with him. If he's playing like this,
I agree.
You have to assume that Hayden's absolutely going to stay competitive in that match.
I have to say, I chat with Tom last night after he won, and he was talking about playing in the Open away from the TV table, and he's just struggling when he's not in the TV table arena. And, that may have been a factor. Obviously, he's come from the outer tables to the TV table this time, so maybe it's just the chopping and changing. Obviously, Tom plays 90% of his matches out there on the TV table now. So maybe just an element of the back and forth, just meaning he's not quite on point with his cue ball, or he may just be having one, maybe just having a match.
Yeah, everybody has one of those matches, and a good point here. When you put the lights over this table and you put the extra elements of a lot of people being around the table, the TV table is obviously going to play a lot different. And being that our TV table is the New Brunswick table, obviously going to play different than the outer tables, being a different brand. So you got to expect that when a player comes into the TV table and they haven't played on it, it's going to be rough to start. But for Tom, because he's played so many, it's going to be the opposite for him. Whereas Chris Mitchell should feel a little uncomfortable on this table because he hasn't played on it since the shootout.
Did get a couple of good matches though, didn't he? Brilliant win over Shane Thompson. Also, Greg Hogue on the TV table in the shootout as well.
Greg, a great player in his own and such a good character for the game. It would have been nice to see him come along a little more in the Open event.
Good chance this one then for Chris to not need an arrow from Tom, just have an opportunity to run one out himself. No reason not to get there.
Chris a little unsure about this shot here. Not sure what he was struggling with there as far as in his head on that one. Came out really good.
I never like having to play those sort of shots when you're trying to play for straight in last ball. It's so much, so easy to go too far and you leave yourself more angle. I mean, he's going to have no issues getting shape on it, but it's just never comfortable playing it that way around. Always like to play with angles and leave yourself more naturals. I mean, he's not going to miss this. He really shouldn't miss this, but you just never know. It just adds to tariff. You'd rather not have to, but he does knock it in.
Well, Chris is playing very well, and Tom has made several mistakes now. It's still a lot of time and still a lot of match to happen. But if Tom were to start making this comeback and we were to see it go 4-all, the match clock at that point would be down into that 10-second area, I believe.
Yeah.
Or 15-second area. I apologize.
Yeah, long way to go though, isn't it? I think a lot can happen. I think the problem is that for Tom, as he's put himself under pressure by making those mistakes early, and now he, with Chris putting up the break and run, he now knows he has to respond. And if he was to make a mistake in this rack, and I'm saying this before he even hits the ball, that could be 5-1. That's the pressure he's under.
Break. Travel by 3 racks to 1.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be a very important break for Tom.
Okay, it's a good break. It's a very good break. And it's a good layout. How would you like the stripes here? You'd have to cue in a really good first ball.
Yeah, you could make an argument for either side, but I think the stripes is definitely the easier path.
Depends on the combination at the top. If the combination on solids is really easy and you're not putting it too safe, then you could go solids. But stripes is just about making the first shot. If you make the first shot, you've won the rack. Yeah, nicely done. Could have done with pulling it back just an extra 2 turns, so he's sort of still going to have to play that good shot to get in shape.
Yeah. And this seems to be where the multitude of Tom's mistakes have been coming. He gets just a little out of line, and then just a little more,
Yeah.
and then trying to recover, makes a mistake. And it's little things like this. It's not the worst because this ball goes, but now it changes how the 14 is going to move and where the 14 is going to be positioned. So
He's in a world of trouble. First shot coming up, 2 rolls short, and he had to take away control from that shot, and that's why he's ended up here. He is in a world of hurt in this rack. And the bank doesn't land, so no recovery. And right now, Chris Mitchell has an opportunity to go 4-1 and have the break in the next. Massive moments, really. Third error for Tom in the match.
what a mistake here by Chris Mitchell, and he knows it, kind of having a giggle about it. He's definitely not happy. That's very unfortunate. Kind of put himself into that position, though, and it's going to cost him the rack.
There'll be a serious amount of relief here for Tom Cousins. It really will be. I mean, he's still in trouble. He's still going to be 3-2, and it will be Chris's break. But he's been handed one here. Really has been handed a lifeline. When Tom sat down after that last mistake, trust me, he's fearful of 5-1. He's absolutely fearful of 5-1. Now he's 3-2, and you know he's got his opponent having just made a mistake, and who knows what will happen from here. So. Could be a very big moment in this last 16 match.
Yeah, Chris Mitchell having a little debrief with his crowd, kind of discussing what happened there, and he's not happy about it. You can tell that he knew he was in a good position, and he just wasn't able to pull it out. He's giving Tom Cousins a chance here, at least a chance to keep it close, still early on in this match. And just wanted to go over this real quick. We do have a couple of ladies playing right now. It looks like Sophia Mast has won her match. Tina Larson, Sarah Stevens, Ilul Kibaragu all into the quarterfinals. And a couple matches still going there. McKenna Goodman trailing Amber Huppert 3-4, and a tie ball game between Becky Stone, who we saw in our mixed pairs event, tied with Brandy James. We're getting down to that time, Simon. We're about to get into the area where we do have quarterfinals all the way around, and that's when it gets very, very fun. A lot at stake this weekend, a lot of money and a lot of titles, a lot of pride. Ultimate Pool USA's 4th event of the year, and our last of this
final event of the year, yeah.
How nice would it be to end your year with a title win as well as a chunk of cash to go along with it?
Yeah, that always works.
Makes Christmas a little easier, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of players that come to these events that, you know, it's a hobby, it's fun, it's enjoyable. They're here for the format, they're here for the fun. But it's always nice to walk away with a little bit of money as well. Obviously, we have a few players, Tom, that's out there in the arena now. You know, proper professional pool players that, you know, it's part of the living they're here to make. And you know, if Tom was to lose in this match, for example, you know, even though he's already taken down the shootout and the final of the mix, it becomes a disappointing weekend because, you know, he's not cashing very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Tom Cousins doesn't get a paycheck every week like some of the rest of us, so he depends on these tournaments, as well as several others. Shane Thompson and maybe even Chris Mitchell. I don't know what he does. He could have a day job, but he has the ability to make quite a bit of money in pool, and a loss here might be a little rough on the pocketbook going into the holiday season. He's making quick work of this one. Very short memory. A very short memory for Chris Mitchell. And quick work here, Chris Mitchell. Trying to regain that 2-game lead, and he's done it. 4-2. We're right around 17 and a half minutes left on the clock. Still tons of time, and you got to think that Tom is not worried so much about the match clock, but he is worried likely about Chris Mitchell getting to that race to 7. He's going to have to put a stop to Chris's runs here pretty soon, or he's going to be in trouble and he may be out of this tournament.
Yeah, he won't be happy. Obviously two racks down, but he could easily have been 5-1 down. So I think the fact that he's one break away essentially, but because he's the person breaking first, he's always got to deliver his first now. So a break and run essential to get back within one and ramp the pressure up. You know, the mental swings here.
Well, and this is super important here. Tom needs the ball down and at least an opening shot on anything. At this point, the way Chris is playing, you need to keep him off the table as much as possible. He's got a ball. He's got a couple balls.
Interesting layout here.
It's a little messy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very messy. I think he has to go stripes. The problem under his hand right now, stripes are the easier ones. The sort of work is there, but it's not too bad. Maybe just a 9.
My first thought was the 9 and the 13, and it hurts that they're both across from each other almost directly.
I don't think the 13's a problem for him because he can get underneath it easily enough. That's a problem, though.
Yeah, now that's a new problem. I'm wondering if he can get just a little bit of throw on that 12 ball to carry the 15 into the hole. But because the pockets are playing tighter this morning, it's a risky shot. Because he can see right through there right now. Just don't know if it goes. It does. Great shot there by Tom Cousins. And this is a big turning point for him. It was important that he got this rack. And he's going to, I believe. Oof. Pocket speed is what we'd call that one.
Yeah, under control.
Tom really, with what he had to work with on this rack, he's really coming good here. And he's going to make it 4-3 in very quick fashion.
Yeah, a little bit of a scare mid-rack, but dealt with well. And I said that going into the rack, it was important he had the break and run just to keep trading the pressure, and he's done that. So we take a quick look at some of the scores in the other matches currently going on in the last 16. Tight matches out there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Stephen McGoy, who we've seen a couple times this weekend, up 5-4 over Gage Smith. Joe Prince, two-time finalist in our open event, currently tied with Eddie Vondero. Sorry, guys. Caden Herbach and Jonathan King, 2-2. And of course, here we are, Tom Cousins trailing 3-4 against Chris Mitchell.
Mixer ball, and it's a messy-ish layout. Chris gestures he's not thrilled here. He wants to be solids, and he doesn't have a good starter. I think he's just going to have to back himself here to make the 7 in the side. If he makes the 7 in the side, this is fairly routine run out. I don't know if he needs to just come forward and just follow here and leave the combination. I don't think you need to hold for the 2, which he has.
Solid 2 play.
It shouldn't matter. I just thought if he follows through there and gets fairly straight in on the combination.
I actually think he's made this a lot harder.
I agree. That works though. That's fine.
It could have been really, really bad though. Chris being very careful, leaning over the balls. Doesn't want to take a time foul. I'm sorry, a all-ball foul. I'm losing that. I need my coffee, Simon.
Yeah. I'm really surprised with how he's gone about this route. Unless the 8 ball comes down the table, which I don't believe it does. I just always had the 4 ball as his last ball to get underneath the 8 where there's loads of room, but he's taken that off the table early and he's hooked himself. This has been the strangest visit to the table in the whole match here for Chris Mitchell. I feel like he's looked for problems that haven't been there right from the very first shot.
And this is quite possibly his very first big mistake rack. Very interesting. And he hits the ball good, but he is going to leave the visit for Tom Cousins. This is a huge turn of events in this match. We could see 4 all with right around 12 minutes left on the clock.
Couple of balls away from the full turnaround and making us all square. Exactly what Tom Cousins was looking for. Could have been 5-1 at one point, or it could have. It felt like it could have been 5-1. We never quite got to 4-1, did we? But we should have done. And Chris won the next, but all of a sudden we're at 4-4, and with 11:56 left, you feel like Chris Mitchell has really missed an opportunity here to put the number 1 player under massive pressure and sort of hold all the aces going into that final 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it that I'm a wizard, because I said I felt like at 10 minutes we could be 4-4 if we saw some more mistakes from Chris, and we have. All joking aside, Tom was able to take advantage of that mistake, and I think Chris really dug himself in that hole from the very beginning. We talked about the shot. He didn't have to hold for the 2 ball, and I think that's where it all started. And now with Tom breaking, he has the chance to take the advantage here, and that could be the swing point of this match. Chris was very much in control, and now he's going to feel helpless sitting here and watching if Tom makes the ball on the break. Which he has.
Another interesting layout, though. How do you fancy, if we're playing an exhibition here, do you play it now in this stage at this moment? But how do you fancy some going clever on the solids here? I like playing off the 6 and then bumping into a 3-ball combination.
Yeah, so I'm going to take the 1, the 2, the 7, and then I'm going to play the 4-ball combination and send the 6-ball towards the top left corner.
Yeah. Get the set first before you play the big shot.
Yeah. And it really doesn't matter how he plays this. I think that's what he's going to do, actually. It really lays good to the angle the 6-ball is going to contact the 14. It would send it towards the pocket on the other side. It would open it up. I think there's a chance that we see this. And there's ways you could play it too. You can always play the carom rather than the combo. Tom's going to do no such thing.
Yeah, just Doesn't need to. The reason I liked it was all about the 6 ball. But if he can come on and off here and bump the 14, which he might be able to do, then it solves that problem. There we go.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
We're good.
Overly happy with that.
And once again, we're in a position where what looked like a blowout almost, or at least a very comfortable lead, just heard it. We're now at the 15-second shot clock, and Tom Cousins is looking to squeak into the lead for the first time. A really good run from Tom Cousins here. He's going to take the lead, and you got to feel a little rough for Chris, but in the end, he's brought that on himself, just playing a few odd shots and a few simple mistakes here and there. Tom Cousins is now in control of this match. A full day of action here at Rail Yard. Looks like one of our owners, Kyle Ferguson, making his way into the arena to sweat the action. Now you know this break here is of the utmost importance for Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, the pressure swings, isn't it? The sort of potential to keep going too clear or further. Now it's a case of got to deliver here, otherwise he may never play another shot in the match. Amazing how it swung around, and amazing how this momentum and pressure has swung around. But one thing that hasn't changed is the quality of Chris Mitchell's break, which has been on point throughout, and he should get out here. Can he not?
The solids look really good.
Yeah, the solids do look good. I thought he could clip the 5 in, but it may not be on, which means actually the first shot's a little bit pressure filled. Yeah, there was a little bit of pressure on that one.
And he was really quick on his release there. He's had a very, very smooth shot all the way through this match. That one was very quick, and the timing was just not quite on par with the level that we've seen him play. A little pressure. Uh-oh.
That's okay. That works. That works. He'll be okay with that. There's still a combination on where he can bump into the 9 at the same time, and then everything's just wide open.
And I agree with you, but Tom hasn't quite been playing at his A game. And we've seen the few mistakes he's made that allowed Chris to go up so early have been from situations like this. Just needs to get this one right.
I think he's okay. I just think he's got too much margin on every shot from here. That was probably the only shot that could go wrong, just in case the 6 landed funny, but it hasn't. And now it's, I mean, Tom Cousins is going to clear up from this situation. Well, I'll be shocked if it wasn't 999 times out of 1,000.
And he'll be on the break for the Hill game for himself.
Yeah.
So out here, and what a match this has been. Really up and down.
Only thing here is just making sure you don't let the stripes come into play on the next shot, but he should have margin.
And we saw a little bit of the same thing with Justin Bergman in his opening match this morning. started off a little shaky against Peyton McBride, and near the end there, his level of play was just absolutely above the ceiling. To the hill he goes. Tom Cousins up 6-4 over Chris Mitchell. Right around 6 minutes left on the clock, but you have a feeling that it probably won't come into play, especially if Tom makes a ball on the break here.
Yeah, it'll be a relief, man, but I don't think he was ever panicking. Just things were just going wrong at the start for him. As we have a look at some of the other scores around the room. Still very tight in all games, isn't it?
Absolutely. Stephen McGoy up on the hill over Gage Smith. Joe Prince, a 1-game lead on Eddie Vondero. How do you like this? Caden Herbach still in the open event. Now, I don't know how far he's gone previously in events in the open, but really playing at a high level here.
Causing the tournament director some headaches with scheduling, as he has some work to do in the juniors. I'm just trying to see where he is in the juniors, actually.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. Sophia Mast giving our good buddy Neil some headaches last time around.
Yeah.
She made 2 finals.
He's in the quarterfinals of the juniors, but that's not scheduled for a little while, so yes, that's not scheduled for it. Yeah, if he wins that match, then he has a problem, or the tournament director has a problem.
He won't have a problem.
Yeah.
He'll be happy. He'll be ecstatic.
Suspension call.
Tom does make a ball, so chance to run it out and get the win on the board. Move on to the quarterfinals once again.
And we know the level of play that Tom has can be very high, and in the beginning of this match it was not that, but he's really turned it around.
Well, that has not worked.
I think he can get out of this.
He can.
It's just going to take some work, and you can't make a mistake here. You can't let Chris back at the table.
10 ball's his friend at the top of the table. I think he can play the 10, use the 3 to open up the other stripe at the top there. Nope.
Oh, no. And he's left a shot on for Chris here. Almost similar to the last one that he had, a little easier, but he's going to have the short memory. It is. Well, worst case scenario for Tom Cousins. So it looks like Chris is going to be able to get back in this.
Yeah, the time left as well is an awkward one from a Tom Cousins perspective, because there is enough time for Chris to run this and plenty of time for him to have the opportunity to break and run the next. But there may not be enough time for Tom to play out a full hill match, a hill frame. So he may be sat in his chair and may not touch the table again until we get to a 6 ball.
Yeah, the breakdown here with 2 balls left. Going to assume that we're going to be around the 3 minutes and 40-second mark, roughly. A 2-minute run out from Chris is going to put us right around a minute 40 left. That would be enough time, actually.
Just wondering if it's a mistake from Chris. I suppose you have to, because you don't know what's going to happen. You might need the time on the clock. You know, let's say he breaks, they come out badly. He might need the time on the clock to be able to play a safety and reset and go again. But if he makes a ball off the break and runs it out, he would leave enough time now for Tom to have a chance to do the same. He wouldn't leave too long. You know, it would be a quick one, but, you know, assuming it would be a 2-minute-ish break and run, it would be still 1:45 left for Tom Cousins, whereas if he had slowed that one down, which he could have done, but then you have to make the break and run. So he did the right thing, But
yeah, the maximum amount of time available would be 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Leaving a second on the clock, you're looking at right around 2:04 taken off the clock here. That leaves a minute and a half. That's plenty of time for Tom Cousins to break and run.
needs a
He
ball, though. Needs a ball. He's not going to get one.
Oh, no.
No ball.
And Chris knows the situation he was in. Brutal. And just takes a glance over here, and we locked eyes for just a second. He kind of laughed about it, and he knows how important that break was.
Solid in play.
Tom's got to get these. If he doesn't, he will leave enough time to be counted. So one of those situations where, from a Tom Cousins perspective, for this visit, you just don't have to worry about whether you run the clock down or not. You just have to focus on getting the run out. But the good news for Tom Cousins and anyone supporting him is he's in absolutely prime position to run these out. There's not too much that can go wrong.
And I feel like Tom here is kind of keeping an eye on the clock, because he knows as he's running this out, if he were to make a mistake, he feels like there would not be enough time for anything extra to happen other than Chris running out. So we really have only two options here. And I think I'm going with option one. Tom Cousins is going to run this out for the win. Oh, a little double kiss there. Chris knows what's going on here. He understands the situation that he's in.
Oh, no. Oh, can you believe it? And head in his hands, he knows that's a massive moment for him.
Does he have it?
That could put him into a 6-ball here.
He's going to cross this 8-ball.
He's got to use every single second. He might give this one a ride. Give it a ride, get the balls rolling, and what's he going to leave?
Chris,
he's going to leave
a minute.
59 seconds. That is a huge, huge error from Tom Cousins. Chris Mitchell right now has a chance for a buzzer beater to take us to a 6-ball. Hold your nerve time, 47 seconds left.
Well, and I'll tell you what, he's not rushing, which makes me feel like he's comfortable with the amount of time that's left on the clock.
It is a comfortable amount of time, but he's taking a few more seconds on those couple of shots than I would have thought. We have seen players in this situation lose the match clock. He's only got 25 seconds left. I don't think he knows I don't think he's got the match clock here. I think he's going to run out of time. He's going to run out of time. This is going to really hurt him.
It's absolutely going to be a buzzer.
It's going to be 15 seconds to go, and he took too long on the first 2 or 3 shots here. Yeah, I mean, he's going for a wonder. He's got less than 10 seconds left. Tom Cousins is looking at him wondering what's going on, and I think Chris has just realised.
That's so unfortunate.
He lost the match clock. We have seen that before.
He just didn't know.
And we've seen it so many times. When players are in that situation, you can get lost and you can lose the match clock. There's a big screen, everyone can see it, but when you're out there, you're in the moment, and you have to say, Tom Cousins, he's a lucky boy. He's a lucky boy, because 1 minute with that layout was plenty of time. Hard to believe that we have not gone to a 6-ball shootout there. But Tom Cousins is into a quarter-final. That is the story. Not the full story, but it is the story. And we'll move on. And we will move on to the quarterfinals ourselves. Shane Thompson is going to be up, and he has Sam Henderson for company.
Ultimate Pool USA presents USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision of fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
And we are back. No time to sit around and talk about it. Sam Thompson in the arena, and special guest commentator for this match should be you're almost a regular now. It's Mr. Nate Kane.
Yeah, haven't commentated as much this trip here. I've had a few different hats I'm wearing per normal on these events. So, but yeah, I think this is my second one doing the actual commentary. And then Jeremy and I did some TikTok commentary yesterday, which was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Yeah,
I got to sit in for that.
Yeah.
TikTok commentary, a little bit, I guess, less structured and a little bit more, we'll call it shotgun style.
Right.
It's a lot of fun. Big break. Did you watch Sam's first match here on the TV table?
I did. I was able to catch a little bit of it. I know he was in pretty good form. I actually talked to his opponent, Dave Matlock, after the match, and he said that Dave said he was struggling, really kind of switching from the outer tables to the stream table, and that. But he was very complimentary. He said it didn't really matter. He said, I don't think if I was comfortable with the table or not, I don't know if I would have beat Sam. So
yeah, and Sam's playing really good.
Yeah.
And, me and you are both pretty good friends with Mr. Shane Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've spent quite a bit of time around him, and maybe even so you more than I. Kind of hung out in Kansas City last week.
Yeah, no, Shane's been really one of the great ambassadors that the Ultimate Pool group from the UK has brought over here, and he just absolutely is a joy with all the fans. And he actually came to Kansas City a week early before this event and had a lot of lessons booked, and he doesn't say no, if you ask him for anything, so it's awesome. So
yeah, Shane's a phenomenal guy, and also a phenomenal player. The safecracker is what they call him, and he's gonna have to dig deep into his book of tricks for this one, because this will be a tough safe to crack per se. Sam Henderson played absolutely phenomenal all weekend.
Yeah, no, Sam's just really been fun to watch. Just kind of grow into a pool player. He's just plays phenomenal. I think he'll be a representative for Team USA and our team comps for many years coming forward soon, and looking forward to it. So it's also, I actually talk a fair amount to Sam and his mother as well. His mom Tracy is one of our league operators in the Quad City area, so they're really having fun with Ultimate Pool up there as well. The league is, as well as these tournaments. So
yeah, your email should be pretty full, as much as we've kind of talked about it again.
Yeah.
If you are interested in playing league, we can get you set up with one of those Facebook groups. And if you don't have the league in your area, don't worry, we can help with that too. Got a little email address you can send to if you're interested in bringing Ultimate Pool League to your specific area. And what is that email address, Nate?
Yeah, so it's a tough one to remember. It's league@ultimatepoolusa.com. So again, league@ultimatepoolusa.com. It comes to myself and the team. One of us will get back to you rather quickly if we've got a league in that area, if we're looking, things like that. And we're in 29 states with a few more to announce actually, and we're looking to get that whole map covered. So I'd love to hear from you.
Out of those 29 states, we still have quite a bit of room where that's untouched. So just because you know that there's a league in your state, that doesn't mean that your area is not available. So
Correct.
Get with Nate, get the email sent out. Let us help you put Ultimate Pool in your area. And a great first opening rack here from Sam, continuing his level of play here. Have not seen any of Shane Thompson other than the lag.
Yeah, man, this one I'm kind of interested to see in this match. Shane hasn't been on the stream very much here this time around, and I just feel like we're getting from the players. They're playing a lot different than the outer table, so be interested to see how quickly he adapts. So,
yeah, and Shane's one of those guys that I feel like he's guaranteed to adapt quickly, but he's going to have to after the break and run with Sam.
Right. Yeah, as he said many times, he's a field player, and it's a stream table will probably lend to that a little better than actually in the outer table. So I imagine he'll adapt quickly, and of course he's good mates with Tom Cousins, as they say, and they're doubles pair partners in the Ultimate Pool. So I'm sure he kind of picked Tom's brain after just coming off the stream table to see how it's playing. So
here's an interesting note. I'm looking at the quarterfinals for the Women's Open, and surprise, surprise, oh no, that's unfortunate. Back to it, 4 ladies that they participated in our mixed pairs open last night, all confirmed for the quarterfinals. Tina Larson, Sarah Stevens, Elul Kibaroglu, and Tara Connor all guaranteed the quarterfinals of the Women's Open. A couple matches still going on. Sophia Mast, Haley Voigt, McKenna Goodman, Sandra Wilder, and Abiana Kryl. I hope I got that right. All still playing in that losers qualification matches. Actually kind of funny. McKenna Goodman, Haley Voigt, they're both from East Texas, and they both play at the same pool hall, and they're going to play each other to see who gets in the quarterfinal.
Got one of my locals there, Sandra Wilder. She plays the Ultimate Pool League in Kansas City as well on Monday night, so shout out to her. Hopefully she does well in her matches there. So I know that this is the first one of our events that she's actually been able to come to. So
there's actually a previous round still going, and that's going to be Brandy, Rochelle James, and Becky Stone. You're familiar with Becky?
Both of them actually, but Brandy as well. Brandy plays the league out of Kansas City, and then Becky is just down the road from me in Columbia, Missouri. So they both support us, come to all our events. So I'm pulling for those three there. So
I talked to Simon about this. We have a little bit of a train. So we hit up Louisiana back in April, and the Louisiana people, they followed us to Kansas City. And then we got in Kansas City, and we did that event, and then we go to Colorado, and the Kansas City and the Louisiana people follow us to Colorado. And now we're here in Louisville, and the people from Colorado have joined in on the train. So I feel like if we announce an event in your area in the next couple months, and you're local to that area, you need to sign up, because all these other people are traveling with us, and they're going to take your spots.
It's definitely the Missouri train. I believe it was something crazy, like, it was over 40% of the field is all from Missouri. So we do well. We travel with it. They love the format, love the event since they come to Kansas City, and so we will definitely take their support. So
a couple people from Colorado, of course, Greg and Braden Gallegos, and along with the owners of our last venue.
Yeah, Rob with the Rec Room Underground there. Yep, he came and played.
Rob and his son Alex.
So Alex as well. Yeah, I didn't know Alex was here. So
I actually think they had another player as well with them, and I didn't get his name, but I know I've seen him in Colorado.
That's awesome.
So, and I'd be hard pressed to think that we don't see some Kentucky boys coming to our next event. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, that's going to get announced later tonight. I wish I could spill the beans. I simply don't know the answer. Nate, I'm not sure if you're in the dark or not, but I know we all find out later tonight.
Yeah, I know the answer, but if I told you, I might have to kill you, Steven. So
I might be in that same situation, but regardless, next announcement later tonight. It's going to be a good one. Our 2025 debut. We still got one event left for 2024. And Sam Henderson trying to guarantee his spot in the finals. He's going to have to go through Shane Thompson and one other to get there, but he is playing very well.
Let's get out there. The table was wide open. We kind of started with it. He got a little out of line on the last 2 or 3 balls, but he recovered, made some good positional shots, and was able to get out there. So I know Shane's kind of probably kicking that bad luck there, getting kicked in on the break. So
yeah, you can't be feeling good about it, but you have to have a very short memory in pool. You cannot think about it. And I feel like Shane's pretty good at that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's won plenty of matches being down 2-0 and not breaking. So I'm sure he's not panicking yet. And so I think Tom just came back. What was it, 3-0 or 3-1 in the last?
4-1.
4-1. Wow, yeah, that was an impressive comeback as well.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how that goes.
Sam to go ahead and break here on rack 3 after taking the first 2. So I'm sure Shane's kind of hoping for a little bad luck out of Sam with his breaks and get back in this match. But I know Sam's been breaking really, really well all weekend long on this table. So he kind of lost his cue ball there as well. Well, no scratch as Shane was hoping for, but the next best thing, the dry break. So. Yeah, definitely looking like stripes would be the choice here. He's got a good starter ball. The 15 on the side looks like it's not too hard to navigate. I'm always just so impressed with how they, some of the ultimate pool pros from the UK side, they really, really manage that clock so well. And our American guys are starting to catch up to it. And because you see Shane not panicking there, he took all of his time he needed without having to burn his extension to survey the table and shot with a couple seconds left, and didn't phase him at all. So
yeah, I had a conversation with Chris Mitchell right after that match, and Chris is a nice guy. He knows kind of what happened, but I asked him, I said, you lost the clock a little bit, right? And he says, yeah, it's a different aspect. I have to keep control of what's going on the table in my head, and then I also have to keep control of the time. And so when I'm down a game like that, in that situation, the only thing I was really worried about was the table. And after I kind of told him where he was at the beginning of his run, he absolutely could have made a run to tie that up. And he kind of just said, yeah, don't have the experience yet, but this won't be my last event. So that's awesome. That's a huge deal because Chris is a great player.
Oh, great player. I actually, for most Americans play his speed I'm aware of. I had actually never heard of Chris before, and I was excited to see him play. I mean, he played great all weekend long, so it was. And you mentioned heck of a nice guy when you sit down and visit with him as well. So
yeah, he looks a little intimidating, kind of like a Shane Thompson figure, but he is a super nice guy. And yeah, I didn't know who he was, but I do now.
You do now, that's for sure. Yeah, I love it that he's going to come back. So he got a little steeper than he wanted on this ball, but he should be okay.
Yeah, Shane's really good at cracking down, no pun intended. Knows what his job is on this table, and he knows what he has to do to get there. Just gonna go forward just a smidge on this, I believe. Nice little stun.
Yeah, you got a lot more out of it than we. So I gotta to get more used to the angles here, but it looks so much different than they actually do out on the table whenever you're sitting here. So.
Yeah, the camera can be a little deceiving in good ways and bad. You think we got all the camera angles in here, so we should be able to see everything. Well, sometimes that's just not the case.
And that dry break was just what the doctor ordered for Shane there. Go ahead and steal one off of Sam's break, and now he's breaking for a chance to level off and make it a brand new match if it's 2-2. So.
Yeah, absolutely a good opportunity. And
although we've been joking, sorry to cut you off there.
No.
We've been joking all day. Bill Norris from my areas, he's become a buddy of Shane's as well, but we're pretty sure he's Shane's bad luck charm, and he just walked into the arena. So if you see Shane yelling at someone in the audience to get the heck out of here, it's guaranteed it's Bill. So.
Well, the good news is he's wearing a Kansas City Chiefs jersey, so that should help a little bit after that blocked field goal last week.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That was wild. I could not believe we won that. And so we got a tough game. We're going to have to get our act together. We got a tough game today here against Buffalo. So.
Well, as much as I love football, there's something else I'm way more interested in watching today for me personally.
Yeah.
And that is this Louisville Open. We have 3 champions to crown, and we are well on our way. Just going to check in here in just a second with the juniors division, one of my favorite events out of everything that we do.
While you pull that up there, and we'll get you guys updated on how the juniors are doing, but I do actually, speaking of football, I do really love the analogy with our format here. To me, it's played so much like an actual sport with the clock management and things like that. So, referring back to Chris on that last set there, he had the equivalent of a 2-minute drill. And he wasn't hurried enough as we've all kind of watched our favorite football team. We're like, get in the huddle, don't huddle, get out there. And I was watching the stream in the back room, and I'm like, well, run, Chris, run. And he just didn't know.
And it's just like a quarterback losing time on the clock.
Yeah.
They don't realize that the clock is still ticking and that they got to go. That's very much a great analogy.
Yes.
I mean, it's a lot of fun, and I'm a football fan. I know you are too, so it hits home with me. Just a little bit of an update. We still have, it looks like Eddie Vonderow, who's also in the Open event. I don't know if he's gone out, but his match is holding up just a little bit because he's still playing his Open match, or was, and he's behind there. But we do have 4 quarterfinalists guaranteed: Caden Herbach, Shane Petrick, Austin Axe, and Jesse Arndt. Of course, we all know Caden Herbach earned his shot in the shootout. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull it out there. However, he does look like he is primed and ready to take another junior title. However, I know for a fact the young man from Houston, Texas, Shane Petrick, will be on him. They had an absolute thriller on one of the outside tables of the Colorado Open. I think it went hill.
Yeah.
And Caden got the win. So Shane Petrick going to be looking for some revenge if they both make it through.
So.
They'll meet up in the semifinals if they do. So much action left, but the action on the table right now, Shane Thompson, an opportunity to take it 2-2. It's not the easiest layout either.
No, he definitely has some work to do, but that 5 ball obviously being the key ball here on this one. But I mean, the 3 does lead to it if you got to get pretty darn good on that 3 though.
Yeah, I think you could take the 4 here and just stun over.
Yeah, but you want to fall
Gotta
straight.
be straight.
Yeah, anything off straight's not good.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
You got a bump. Well, he's got another chance at it. The 6 ball goes. And I actually think here, if you take the 6 ball, with that little bit of a bump, you can take the 3 in the side, and you can try and hold to this side so you can shoot the 5 in the other corner.
That bump on the 13 definitely kind of opened up the possibilities now where you can just drop this in and have the correct angle. So that was...
Speed is still very important on this shot. You cannot overroll it, and you don't want to underroll it. You have a very small area of opportunity.
I think over beats under here, but you can quickly go too far. So.
And he's hit it good. And like you said, over better than under, and he has done that. And I think he's going to come out fine.
Yeah, and I think that if that 8 goes past the 9, which I think is what he's looking at right now, that makes this out a little easier. But if it doesn't, it's judging from the way he took a look at it and reacted, it must go. So, no, he still doesn't like it. So,
yeah, I actually think he might try and just stun over.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little bit of draw. A little bump. It's not going to hurt him.
Yeah.
It may have taken away the corner now, but the side pocket's still very much in play. Great shot there.
Thin to win on that one. That was a good shot. Control that cue ball well. Hit that with a ton of spin to kill that cue ball off the end rail.
And we're just trying to stay up to date on everything that's going on because we're getting into, I guess, what they like to call another football reference, the witching hour. It's where everything comes to a T. Our Louisiana Open matches are well underway. We do have quarterfinal matches going with Sam Henderson, Shane Thompson.
Louisville Open, sir.
I'm sorry.
Louisiana Open.
I apologize. Louisville
Look,
Open.
I don't want to have any Kentuckians fighting us now. Come on.
Justin Bergman's set to play Stephen McGoy, and I believe that is actually maybe our next match on this table. Tom Cousins, and has a tough one, Cashton Keaton, who has played extremely well in this event. A little bit of a dark horse, maybe a name that some people don't know. Everybody in this area is going to know him because the kid is an absolute champion.
And Steven's a local too, right?
Steven is a local, and I got a little insight. So a lot of players will try and use a handicap system to figure out how good a player really is. Might look up some information. And while Stevens may be a little lower, his 8-ball game is very, very strong. And I think the equivalent to his up score would be around a 580, maybe a 600, but his 8-ball game is much higher than that rating. Very, very good player. And Justin will have his hands full as we speak. Another match set for the quarterfinals. Jonathan King versus our two-time runner-up, Joe Prince.
Oh, wow, there we go. Another strong break by Sam here. He parked that cue ball, got kicked up a little bit up table, but not too much to navigate on this out. So,
yeah, notable losses in our last 16 round. Cleve Thompson going out to Shane Thompson. Scott Proud lost to Justin Bergman. Gage Smith barely lost to Stephen McGoy. Cash Keaton wins over Eric Picard. And Caden Herbach out of the Open, unfortunately. He had a great run. I thought maybe there was a possibility we see him in the junior and the final Open.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing really, really good this week. And as we actually wasn't live on this stream, but we did shoot a stream table match in that week, the TikTok live one, and he played against Payne McBride. And one of the things that Caden really, really buckled down on after the final against Sophia was clock management. That 15-second shot clock really got him in Denver, and that combined with his opponent just playing very, very strong like Sophia always does. But he definitely is like, I'm going to be better about the clock this time around, and it seemed like he was. So.
Well, that seems to be the key here. Like I just talked with Chris Mitchell, knowing that he is intending on playing more events, I feel like he'll have a good opportunity to go back and watch the video. That's the nice thing about all this, is you get to watch your matches and really understand what he can do to help himself when it comes to that clock. And, you know, Caden's a great example. The clock did get him against Sophia, but he's obviously really taken the time to fix his problem area, and it's shown. Still just 4 ladies guaranteed a quarterfinal spot. Match is currently going as well. We'll get you an update on that after this rack here. Sam Henderson looking to run out to make it 3-2 against the safecracker, Shane Thompson.
Really controlled that shot right before that 4-ball there, that 3-ball on the side. Controlled that well. That's so easy to overroll and leave yourself double stacked on those 2 balls on the side. And he really navigated those, made it look easy. There wasn't much easy about that though. So.
And Sam's going to have probably a little bit of a home field advantage, not just because Shane's from across the pond, but Sam's been to Rail Yard quite a few times. His mom said this is almost like his second home to an extent. So he's going to have some fans here. A little update on our ladies. McKenna Goodman 1-0 over Haley Voigt. Sophia Mast trailing Renette Chop by 1-0. And Brandy James and Tracy Collins in a tight one, 0-0. They must be in a really tight safety battle.
Yeah, and Brandy's she's a pretty she takes her time, and you really make sure she chooses the right shot. So not that she's a slow player, but she definitely doesn't give any shots away like I tend to do sometimes by shooting too fast. So
yeah, and as we're watching, Sandra Wilder falls 5-1 over Abiana Creel. I hope I'm saying that correctly. She's going to join our 4 semifinalists: Tina Larson, Sarah Stevens, Elul Kibaraglu, and Tara Connor. That's a tough scratch for Shane.
Yeah, that one was that wasn't bad luck. He just kind of overcooked that cue ball, and it went straight into the corner pocket. So
yeah, he's probably struggling with the move from the outside tables to the TV table.
I guess he did kick off the ball. Sorry, it was my fault. It happened so fast, I missed it.
You're going for that sideball break. You don't often see the scratch, but if you get just a bad kiss, it's definitely in play.
Yeah. Or if you put some accidental inside spin on that shot, it will scratch in that exact corner. He did quite a bit, but it doesn't look like that was the case there. He just got bad luck.
And this is a pretty straightforward run. It's very possible. He came up a little short on this. It's still going to be okay, but
yeah.
it makes moving the cue ball a little strange.
He has probably 3 he can fall on here, no matter what he does with this one. But he's limited really nice.
Yeah, he knew not to try and play something for the 11 or the 15. He knows he's got easy balls up top, and he's got a path. So just make the ball and send your cue ball up that way.
and what I love about Sam is just his killer game face, man. He's really the nicest, most well-mannered kid. You sit down and speak to him, he's great, but he looks like an absolute killer at all times when he's playing. He doesn't smile. He's just really, really concentrated. So
I like to play the one-word game with players when we see them on the stream table. When they're sitting in their chair and they're just kind of sitting there, I like to play the one-word game, and my one word for Sam Henderson is composure.
Yeah.
He always looks very composed, even if he's blowing up inside or ecstatic. He's just kind of stone-faced. Can make for, it's not oftentimes you say an 18-year-old kid can be intimidating, but it is a little intimidating.
When you run out as well as he does, you're absolutely intimidating.
And speaking of running out great, a big error there by Shane Thompson with the scratch on the break. He's in trouble here as Sam looks to go 4-2. It's fortunate if you're a Sam fan. If you're a Shane Thompson fan, you know he's up against the wall. And there we see the composed and stone-faced Sam Henderson. He's talking to his mom a few minutes ago. They were talking about possibly having to leave pretty early because I think they have a flight to another tournament, and they were trying to see how that was going to go because they're going to have to get to the airport. And I looked at her and I said, well, it's not going to matter when Sam wins and ends up in the finals. You're going to have to change your flight.
Yeah,
sorry.
Absolutely. Well, they have a little chunk of change to do that with if they get in the finals. So that'd be nice.
Absolutely.
So this one far from over, though. We've got plenty of match clock left for the race. It looks like the race is probably going to finish, so that shouldn't really come into factor for Shane. He's just going to have to fade, several of Sam's good breaks right here, and then take care of his own cue ball, and he can get back in it. But
see in the background there, league operator Greg Gallegos from Colorado, hanging out, sweating the event.
I was actually speaking with Simon Webb about that earlier this week. We're really, really pleased. We have a ton of our league operators here. We've got Kevin Burris from Cincinnati. We have David Tentweiss from South Florida area. A lot of them have came in to just come check out the format. There's Michael Luster from New Orleans, and I know I'm forgetting some, and I apologize if I didn't name you. It's nothing personal.
I know Jeff Goodman's here.
Jeff Goodman's here, yes, absolutely. And so
Jeff's really good for pool, and I'm a little biased, but he always sends a qualifier to the tournament. So we run qualifiers in East Texas for every single event, and he takes that prize money plus a little bit of his own. He buys their entry and sends them to the next event. He's been fortunate enough to be at all 4 events and sending players every time. He's got a great pool hall down there. He's intent on moving into a bigger building so we can bring an Ultimate Pool USA event down to Longview, Texas.
There you go. And Shane get another gift there with a dry break from Sam, get him back in the match. So if it's just keeps the cue ball under control, should be able to get these knocked out. But
the important part of this is, I don't want to look too far ahead, but when and if he gets out here, the break is going to be extremely important for Shane. Just to get it tied 4-4, if he can get out here, he needs a solid break.
I know that's just kind of speaking to him about switching games, the English 8-ball game, the size of the object balls and the cue ball, but he, bar none, he'll tell you the biggest thing he struggles with in the American game is the break. He is still really trying to attempt to figure out what's best for you. Kind of changes here, changes there. I think once he gets settled in, he'll be monstrous just like he is at all games, and he still plays it really well. He's always has a deep run in all the tournaments that we've had. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, speaking of the break, Shane was really looking in good form at our first one in Shreveport, Louisiana Open. He just ran into a buzzsaw named Billy Thorpe at that time, who was just breaking absolutely dead perfect.
Speaking of Billy, I know he wants to get back to an Ultimate Pool USA event. Unfortunately, he's got some other stuff going around this time of the year right now. So kudos to him for staying busy. Can't wait to see him when he gets back into the Ultimate Pool USA arena.
And his running buddy, Sky Woodward, has personally promised me he's going to be at some events next year. So I'm going to hold you to that, Sky. If you're listening, I know you do enjoy watching it because you're just dying to play some Europeans at Bar Box 8 ball. So, buddy, get out here and come try it out. So, and I know we'll get him. We'll see Sky at an event next year. I'm confident in that. So,
I got the best gift I could ever get. I've got a $10 bill that came out of Skylar's wallet, signed by him, that I won personally. Sky, you show up to the next Ultimate Pool USA event, I will give you a chance to double your money back. All you got to do is show up, my friend, and go ahead and bring Ashley and those littles with you as well. Be great to have Ashley at an Ultimate Pool USA event.
Yeah.
She's one of my favorites.
all right, let's see what Shane does with his break here. If he switches it up or just sticks with it.
I don't think he's going with the side ball. I think head on is the way to go.
Trailing 4 racks to 3.
Sticking with it.
Needs a ball.
7 ball got down for him. Needs a shot.
This is messy.
Oh,
this
man.
is messy.
Yeah, he's going to be lamenting the break if this match doesn't end up going his way. It's definitely been the deciding factors thus far. So
We're going to get a safety on the opening shot.
have to. There's nothing there.
No nomination needed. He did not catch the rail. Very unfortunate there. Just not having good luck on the break is Shane Thompson.
I think both of them are going to kind of lament the break a little bit. Sam, anytime he's had an opportunity to go 3 ahead, he was dry broke. He gave Shane and then every time Shane gets a chance to level the match, something happens on his break. So
Extension call.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Shane just hasn't got good opportunities.
because we haven't really seen much of many missed balls or anything in the middle of the rack. It's just at the start here.
Yeah, he's in a really tight spot. Is Shane Thompson and Sam Henderson on the other side. Got to be feeling like he's got an early Christmas present.
Yeah, I will tell you though, even though nothing's tied up here, it's you got to take care of a good cue ball on this as well. So.
It's not as straightforward. If he can see the 3 here, he's really going to open it up for the run out. Just the question is, can he see the 3 and can he move it?
Yeah, perfect on it. So.
Yeah, when you hit them like that, you don't always have to be picture perfect, but when you can get picture perfect, it makes for a much easier game. If I could steal half of Sam's talent for just one weekend, I could come away a lot richer than I am.
Yeah, it's got to. This isn't the Stephen Wyatt we remember.
Might have half the country mad at me if I played as good as Sam currently.
Right. He's also not only a good pool player, good dresser. How about that snazzy shirt he has on today?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If you got to pick the snazziest dresser out of all the players, I'm content to say that Sam Henderson definitely looks the part in this arena. So I got to ask you this. I know, and I get to officially congratulate you on your position now since we're in the booth.
Thank you.
So you have taken over a new position within Ultimate Pool USA, and that is operations manager for the league.
Well,
something like that.
Quite a long. It's league territory and operations manager. So
You're gonna get that on a nameplate?
no, we just go with I don't even league something or another. No.
So can you tell me a little bit? And I don't know if you can tell me yet. I know there's some changes coming down the pipe. Can you tell me anything about that?
Yeah, no, we've definitely done some updates to our format. No, we'd be happy to kind of visit with you because it's really something that we feel that we differentiates us from other leagues. So, our up score is a proprietary handicap system, and just like anything else, it's a new system. You're going to move a little bit more wildly at the start, as we all have 0 plays in this league. So, kind of big jumps up, down, things like that. And we've really found through this first session, I think we're on week 11 here, or week 12, so we only have a couple weeks left. But we've really found that anybody truly has a chance with our up score handicap system, the rundown scoring. And so what we're going to do moving forward, we're going to actually remove the team cap. So you can play any number that you want to, as far as high skill level, low skill levels. We've just added a few caveats on that. Essentially, you're going to be able to play 2 players above a 600 in your lineup. But no matter it's uncapped, you can play whatever you want the rest of the lineup, other than you have to play a 400 level and below. So that way we know we're giving our lower skill players, as of now, a reason to play the league, because we found our lower skill players are really giving our higher skill players fits. And so the kind of days of having your top shooters be 75-85% winner in league all the time, that we're just finding that that's just not the case with our system. It's awesome. So if an algorithm truly works, there's no reason to have a handicap cap.
So we had a 2,400 cap.
Yeah.
We're taking that away.
We are taking that away for the next session. So.
However, no matter who you play, you must play 1 player under 400.
Correct.
And you can only play 2 600 and above.
Right.
No matter the situation.
Well, there's going to be another one, like you can't play another kind of higher end cap. You can't play 2 over 700.
Okay,
so you
yeah,
play
of course.
1 over 700, 1 over 600, or 2 players in the 600 to 699 range. You'll be able to play in the lineup. So, yeah, and some additional changes there. We've actually some of the feedback we got from our lower skilled players at the time is that they really wanted to have an opportunity to get coached, which is something we kind of were originally removed for our format, but. As we say, we're for the players. We go around to a lot of the league areas. CEO Scott Price, myself, whenever we're around, we visit with the pool players, take their feedback, and we just found that the lower numbers were really clamoring to have a timeout, and so we've kind of worked that in. But what's going to differentiate is no new technology. You can always call an extension in our format. However, if
time is running. Is that right?
Yeah, time's running.
Time's always running.
Yep, time's always running. We're not going to stop the clock for the coach. And only certain skill levels can get it. So that 400 and below player you have to play can call their extension and use it on a timeout if they want. But calling in, the coach can never call a timeout. The player has to call it and ask for it. It's another kind of different thing for us. That. Player has to call it, and calling of the timeout, coach, shot, and everything still has to be executed within 1 minute.
You're going to get a little lucky here. No, he didn't.
I think it's the first missed ball we've really seen that was very makeable, so it's
And sorry, guys, I got a chance to get Nathan here, and I really wanted to pick his brain a little bit. And that's one of the things that I really appreciate about the league. Speaking with CEO Scott Ryan, he is all about the for-the-player mentality. So the feedback and stuff is really what you guys are using to kind of make the changes. So I really like that, and I think the players are absolutely going to appreciate it. The league itself is such a fun format. If you haven't played it, I'm telling you guys, it's kind of like cauliflower crust pizza. You hear about it, and you may be on the fence, but when you try it, I promise you'll love it.
I do have to eat crow on that one. Me and Steven were arguing about cauliflower crust pizza leading up to this and everything, and he finally had me try a piece, and it was quite good here from Billiard Billiards. So it's I cannot complain about that.
I'm not sure if that's everywhere now, so don't get all willy-nilly on me and go ordering cauliflower crust from your local pizzeria. Right. It might not be as good, but the rail yard
it is good.
Is good.
Yeah, a real gift here to keep Shane in the match. So it's kind of going back and forth here. No one's really pulling away. Yeah, but just kind of one more thing on the league there. The one thing for the players, I just want our league players to know that is not some made-up slogan. Absolutely, if there is something you want to see different in league night, is there some rule you don't like or some format rule you don't like, please reach out to your league operator. I promise you, everything that your league operator sends to us on the senior management team is discussed, is looked at. Is this a change that makes sense? Now, I can't promise you that every change you want is going to happen, but I will promise you it is discussed and talked about by us. So.
Obviously, anything that's changed, that's already been set in place, it's got to make sense all the way around.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
You know, you can't say, oh, well, why do we have to take ball in hand behind the line on scratch? Well, that stuff like that's not going to change.
Right. The international ball rule set's going to be tough to amend, but the format stuff we 100% will discuss and try to change. And I mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man. This is why I like having you in here, because you have that information, and while I may be somewhat familiar with some of these changes, I don't know all the details, and you're the guy that does. So Nate Kane, obviously a huge part of our team here, and I couldn't be more happy to work with somebody. We've already come a long way from Louisiana.
Oh yeah, wow! It's not even the same. It's the exponential growth we have almost every month with our team, and the growing of the league. It's really awesome to be a part of and appreciate. So
the team is growing not only with just new positions and new opportunities for all of that, but also our referee team is growing. We've had the opportunity to certify several more referees at this event, and we've done that.
Yep.
And we have them in play. So if you're interested in becoming a referee, really, honestly, if you're interested in just being a part of the Ultimate Pool League in any way, it's worth an email. No matter what the situation is, it's worth an email to reach out to us. You know, if you specialize in photography or whatever it might be, just always reach out, because the American team is going to expand. Because let's be honest, we've done 4 events this year. We're looking at 11 for next year. It's a lot of events, so the team is going to grow, and we have a great team behind us. I couldn't be more happy with the management that we have. So it's going to be a lot of fun in 2025. 2025 is going to be a heck of a year for Ultimate Pool USA.
Can't wait to look at my frequent flyer statement at the end of the year. So yeah, but I'm looking forward to it. A lot of places I haven't been in the States. So yeah, it's going to be a fun year coming up. Meanwhile, hey, the Shane is switching up his break finally, so that's something to note here. He that has struggled with that side ball break, and I know he really wants to just run this one out to get level and make it a new match. So.
And he makes the ball, and this break is absolutely better than the last few.
Absolutely.
It's still messy. But he's got an opportunity, which is not anything that he's had previously.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably, this one, the table's lending to really solids as his only shot, but to me, that's probably what I would take on this table, because while it is messy, it looks like every solid has a pocket, so.
Yeah, the big one for me is, depending on when he decides to take it, the one ball may have to go in a side pocket currently, but that could be changed as he moves through this line. Mm-hmm. But it actually plays well for the 8 ball, so that might actually be the right way to go. And I think he was looking for the 3 ball. Might have to settle for the 4.
Definitely looked like he kind of lightened up on that stroke a little. And
probably a good thing, because any more stroke, he might have scratched the side.
That's true.
He's going to have to play a tester here. And he plays it well. He gets a bump. This could spell trouble. He's got a shot. The question is, when he runs into the 10 ball, because he will, can he get an opportunity at one of these balls?
I cannot tell if it's thin enough to know. Yeah, he's trying to. He has to.
And he does get an opportunity. Wow. That's a great shot there. It's still not cleaned up all the way. He's going to have to make the 3, and I think he's going to have to.
I think the one goes past the 11 now in the corner. I think he was able to develop that a little bit, so that definitely makes this a lot easier. So.
Little inside English to hold the cue ball.
Yep.
Perfect. Wow. And we are now in the last 10 minutes. The shot clock is going to be at 15 seconds after this shot. We're not going to change it in the middle of the match. Got to wait until the inning or the shot is over.
15-second shot clock, how it plays.
A little bit.
Free there.
Didn't love his angle, but he just kind of stop shot that in and drifted a little bit. He's taking his medicine here and he's going to just try to knock down this 8-ball.
And he's a favorite to make this all day.
Oh. Wiped his feet. He 3-railed it. He called the 3-rail. I heard him, so it's fine.
Okay,
So
well, it's good that he called it.
because you didn't want the comment. If he would have missed that, I was going to commentator curse you big time.
Well, I might have just disappeared into the ground.
Yeah.
Well, here we are, 5-5, under the 10-minute mark. It is a race to 7.
Yeah, let's just play a quick little race to 2 now, huh? So,
Going to be very, very interesting here. Sam will be breaking, and you got to feel like Shane's just now felt like he's gotten comfortable with his break, and he's going to have to sit back and watch Sam Henderson play this shot. Realistically, this is the biggest shot of the match, is this break. Break dry, leave Shane Thompson anything, he's probably going to get to the hill. Break and make something and see anything, you're probably going to get to the hill. I think there's too much time for any type of craziness to really happen, unless we ended up in like a really bad break. Clusters everywhere could cause some issues, but the way these two are breaking so far, we haven't seen too many clusters, and that's an open break.
Gift there again. Yeah, he said he's been breaking really well, and then he struggles with it in the match. So I guess my commentary curse is still working. So
let's not go that far. That's such a dirty word.
Yeah. That's one almost hit too good. Everything kind of went up table, jumbled up, and knocked everything out of the pocket. So
yeah, you got to wonder if maybe he would have taken a little bit off of that, if it would have worked out better. A lot of players, when they aren't breaking good, they try to put more on it, but I'm a firm believer that a softer break can oftentimes help out, but this is not good.
No, not at all. Listen, you see that 7, you can't really miss the 5. It looks like he's hooked on that. Either way, this is going to be probably one of the more tactical wrecks we're going to see today. I mean, I guess if Sam does get up there, the 15 leads to breaking out that 14-11. But
yeah, I think if I'm in this situation with Shane, if I'm playing a shot, I'm trying to do something with the 15. He made it.
Yeah, he made it. Wow. I fancy myself the worst 2-ball combo shooter on earth. I can't imagine how bad I'd butcher a 3-ball combo like that.
Oh, and this is good. He's got the 3 in the side. Maybe would have wanted to play this for the cue ball to get to the 8, but it doesn't really matter. I think the important part is here you make the 7, come across. He's probably going to go 2 rails. Have a shot on the 1, see the 8. Perfect.
Great shot. That shot's so easy to overcook sometimes and hit that 1 ball. So he really, really handled that well. Like I said, Shane is a touch field player. He tells himself so. That's why he kind of struggles with the American ball, but he seems to be really in tune with it right now. So
yeah, when his touch is on, it's on. And he's going to be the first one to get to the hill here. 6-5.
How this match has turned, wow.
Hasn't been in control at all.
Nope.
And he has just come into it and really taken over this match.
Yeah, like I always say, what happened earlier in the match doesn't matter as long as you win the last rack of the match.
That's exactly
yeah,
it.
he seems to get really rejuvenated, and he got that. He's down big and got a couple dry breaks and got him back in it.
Yeah, give a little shout out to our personal friend, Amy Beecham. She's checking things out. She wishes she could have been over here. She wasn't able to make it, but she'd like to make the next one, I'm sure. And I'm really excited for the future of the competition level for our juniors and our ladies event. We've got several great players who haven't been able to make it to these events, but I know they've expressed interest in being here. The juniors are so talented in the USA. Can't stress it enough.
One thing I do have to say, and Shane probably wouldn't mind me saying this, but we give each other a hard time, and I must say in this match, his hair has never looked better.
Got to get something down.
11 ball looks like it's going to drop.
There we go. And you saw him there give it a little oomph on that step.
Last ball rolling looks like really the only issue is the 8 ball on this one with stripes. So
Shane Thompson setting himself up for success. We may see him as a semifinalist.
He likes solids on this track. I don't blame him. That way he can
I
clear
like
out that 8 ball. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Solids in play.
Shane's really set up to win this match now. No, 3 matches going, no players through to the semifinals yet. Shane Thompson, if he gets out here, may very well be the first player to lock in their semifinal spot. Tom Cousins and Cash Keaton, 3-2 Tom's favor. And Jonathan King and Joe Prince, 3-2 Joe's favor. So, interesting ordeal here. 3 Europeans holding the lead in their respective quarterfinal matches.
Then we got one more quarterfinal to go on right after this, correct?
Yeah, right after this, we'll get treated with local favorite Stephen McGoy against the Iceberg, Justin Bergman.
Yep.
And I actually think part of the reason we've got such a nice big crowd over here is not only that Sam Henderson's a fan favorite, people are sweating that one, but they know that their boy, Stephen McGoy, is about to hit the TV table.
We haven't got too many locals on the stream too much this time, just the way the matches have worked out.
Big win there.
Great shoot with Shane Thompson there. Sam played well as well.
The Kansas City crowd really enjoying Shane Thompson's win there. Guys, we have a quarterfinalist. We're going to have another one on our next match. Justin Bergman and Stephen McGoy when we come back. Thank you so much they came.
Thank you.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's our final match here at the opening session of day 3, and Justin Bergman, one of the big favourites for the tournament, he is about to get underway. He has Stephen McGoy for company for a place in the semi-finals, and a place in the semi-finals against Shane Thompson, who has come from behind to get victory in our previous match. Brilliant performance from Shane to turn that one around. Oh, just having a couple of minute delay while we wait for our referee to get into position. Busy day for everybody, including the referees. But our ref will be back. Rich Rhodes is just getting himself prepared, and then we are good to go. In fact, Rich will be the timekeeper. It's going to be Daryl that will be refereeing this match. But yes, we are. We're Justin Bergman taking on Stephen McGoy, and you've got Simon Webb and Nate Kane for company for this one. And Nate, this has been a great weekend. It really has. But also been great to see the amount of people here that are just really enjoying what Ultimate Pool USA are bringing to the pool world now, which it's the game we all know and love, but it just has a slightly different twist and dynamic on it, and the timed match element, which we have in our leagues and we have here obviously on our major tournaments, it just changes the game. And I feel like everybody I've spoken to this weekend has just embraced it and are loving it.
No, absolutely. We actually, Steve and I talked about it a little bit on the last one, just the normal time sport analogy. It's just plays so much more like a sport, I feel like, and what the closest one I can come to and comparing to is like American football. You know, it's like if you're fourth and goal and the clock runs out and you're tied, unfortunately, you didn't win. So it's kind of what happens here. You got to go to overtime, tiebreaker, and that's what we do with our 6-ball shootout. And it's and we've been blessed with many 6-ball shootouts this time. So I think Kansas City was because I don't think we had a single 6-ball shootout in Kansas City on the street.
It's amazing how many we've seen. Yeah, it really is.
What are we up to, 4 or 5 now?
Yeah, exactly. And obviously to win the title last night. But it obviously that isn't part of league pool, but it's just another element that we have here for tournaments. But it's just great to see the dynamic of timed matches. To me, it's such a big thing. It really changes the game. I fell in love with it when I first saw it 4 or 5 years ago with Ultimate Pool and OMG, who were the sort of precursors to Ultimate Pool. Brilliant to see them introduce the element.
Right. Yeah, and we say it's not part of league pool, but actually the 6-ball shootout we saw in the Scotch doubles format is going to be at some point part of league pool, because that's going to be how we're going to break ties in like a tournament format, like
Yes.
a city tournament or our nationals, grand finals. It will be a Scotch double 6-ball shootout to break team ties at the end of 5 matches, and so it's kind of a nice little preview we got with Tina and Justin versus Tara and Tom Cousins there. So
Justin gets us underway then. We are set and ready. And it's a good opening break. A tricky opening layout.
yeah, I kind of jumbled on that right rail there as we're looking at it, and really saw struggles with the break in the last set there, and I think Shane was the first one to figure it out late, and that was kind of the difference. He switched to a head ball break in the center of the table, and I think he ran out his last 2 breaks, and that was really the difference between him and Sam. So
Yeah, I think Sam will look back on that chance to go 6-3 and feel that was the moment, really. Small margins at the elite level, but 18 years old, big future in the game for Sam Henderson.
yeah, he's just an absolute joy to watch, and like I said, I kind of said it last. The difference in his demeanor when he's just sitting around talking, and the look he has on his face. He says that killer look of concentration. I love that. And so it's going to be probably one of the first tactical safety racks we see here, with Justin just kind of passing up, taking an opening shot, and seeing what Steven can figure out here.
Yeah, this might just use up a little bit of the clock here. This is obviously a very important opening rack. In pool terms, race to 7. I know it's 40 minutes, but it's a short race, really. You can't really be afford to go 2 gung-ho in the opening rack and give it away.
And there was a clever shot that Steven played there to kind of put the 5 in a good spot. However, he let him see the 6, and because I think Steven was like, "I'm going to get solids on this rack no matter what here," and Justin just fires in the bank and kind of switches it on him.
Well, he's going. He only has one ball to break out, and there is a way to do it. The only problem is he's going into such a huge amount of traffic. It's just not guaranteed to come out.
Yeah, this would be a shot I would just kind of fire at and hope. I'm sure he has a better plan than I.
Oh, no. He did fire at it in hope, but it's come out wrong. Come out as bad as it could.
Yeah, but he doesn't mind where the 3-ball ended up, though, as far as giving him another maybe fighting chance at this rack here with the 3-ball. Covering Steven's stripe here. So.
We saw Steven in the shootout. Oh, this one's gone wrong. He still holds the aces in this frame, so he shouldn't be too disappointed. Just kind of going to have to reset and earn another opportunity here. But so he's has got that experience out in the arena. See, Justin certainly does. Spent plenty of time out there throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of see obviously Steven's a very high-level amateur and his 8-ball game's good, but sometimes the amateurs get so afraid of getting that pro back up to the table, they try to do a little too much.
Yeah, I think that's so common.
Yes.
I really do. You feel like you have to play lights out, flawless pool. You just have to make the right decisions at the right time and take your opportunities when they come along. If you try and go too aggressive and open the game up when you're playing top pros, you're just going to get picked off.
Imagine he would have passed up on that bank there with the ability to lay him under that 10-9. And
I think that was a smart shot, though, because he's played it in a clever way. He's not left much. He left himself at the perfect angle on the 7 to break out the 3. So everything about that shot from Justin was perfect, apart from the 4 falling in.
Justin's cue ball, as good as it normally is, he may not even try to break out that 3. It looks like he might be able just to make it once he clears some traffic, but I can't tell from our exact angles here. And that's gone wrong there for Steven, and leaving a chance for Justin to clean these up here. Like I said, he does have a 3-ball to navigate and figure out, but took a quick glance at it. I think he likes what he sees, so. See if he left him some angle to get at that 3-ball right now. It just enough to go up and down here. And
yeah, picks the line nicely.
makes it look so easy with that cue ball.
Yeah, I think he's an absolute joy to watch. Anyone that enjoys cue sports, enjoys Paul, he's a joy to watch whichever game he plays. But there's something about him on an 8-ball match, especially here on Bar Box, where it's a treat to watch him pick it apart. And chatting to Justin throughout the weekend, he really enjoys 8-ball.
Yes,
he really enjoys Bar Box 8-ball. It's for me, it's my favourite game. So when I get to see Justin playing it, it's a treat for me. But
yeah, it leads me to my next question for you. You've got some time on one of the content tables on that Brunswick Bar Box playing 8-ball this weekend. What do you think of it?
Love it.
Yeah,
love it. Yeah, no, love it. I think the table was beautiful. Gonna get one.
There you go.
Gonna wait for I'm gonna wait for the ultimate pool table to come out, and then I'm gonna get one shipped over. But yeah, I'm obviously my background's in English pool, like a couple of the players we have here, Shane Thompson and Tom Cousins, and I've essentially walked away from my playing days. Loved the game, but I don't know. There was something about the feeling I was getting playing the game. Different patterns, but it's like learning a new puzzle. It's the same but different. Love it, and yeah. Don't have any time or aspirations to ever play a game again, but I wouldn't mind the odd friendly against somebody every now and then. Now,
yeah, we're going to keep you two busy bringing on new areas, new leagues, and everything like that. So you're not going to have time to start playing professionally again. So
no, exactly that.
And I won't have much time to play poor amateur pool like I used to. So.
I liken it to golf. Obviously, I'm big into my golf as well. Anyone that listens to me a lot knows I try and crowbar golf into commentary a lot. But you get a lot of business done when you're on the golf course, and it'll be the same on the pool table. Stephen McGoy's got a really tough layout here, and this feels similar to the opening rack. He's going to chase it.
It looked like he hit that break good. He lost the cue ball a little bit, but he just drew it straight back. And just it's almost tend to see if people are overhitting the break, their clusters are coming back together. They're jumbling up in the pockets and things of that nature. So haven't seen a lot of what we call tic-tac-toe or roadmap outs with the breaks today. So. Great shot there. Very thin on that controller to break out that 4.
Needs to hit the next shot well, though. I mean, plenty of room to land, but you need to land in such a way that you can get onto the 8. Brilliant shot. I'm not sure if he was trying to go into the 8 off one cushion just to bump it open whilst holding, but he slid by it. Looks like he might have the angle to draw back. Can he draw back straight and clip the 15? It would be dangerous. If you clip the 8, you probably wouldn't be on it. If you clip the 15, you would. But if you miss the 15, you're on nothing. So dangerous. Have you got any other options? Oh, he feels like the bank's on.
Yeah, lay up for the bank there. We like to say it, just take your medicine.
Yeah.
The kind of American saying, just kind of get funny position and make the tough shot, and you're golden. So
this bank looks tight to me.
Spin it for sure.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good shot, center pocket. Very nice out.
Excellent run out from Stephen. That was, it felt like he was chasing. Felt very similar to the opening rack, but this time he's got it, and this time he's up and running. So first 9 minutes or so, honours even. See this beautiful shot.
Can't hit any better. And yeah, Stephen White got a little bit of information on the local here, Stephen, that's playing against Justin here, that 8-ball is his best game, and he's definitely an 8-ball specialist, so he enjoys playing it as well. So you can tell he's kind of navigated that out.
Yep.
It's kind of some longer, I mean, you know a little bit better than I do on this time. That was definitely some longer racks in our format here, but 10 minutes for 2 racks is...
Yeah. I think, well, we cut the clock down, didn't we, from, I think it was after Kansas City onwards, which is probably plays into why we've seen,
right.
Although we haven't seen a 6-ball in the Open, sort of in the shootouts, but I think it just means that the clock is a factor. The match should still finish, but it's a factor.
Gotta love it when you break wide open and your best shot to start with is a combination. So.
But if you spin the positive, if you were offered this combination to win the rack, you'd take it. And if he makes it, I mean, you can't see him not winning the rack.
Correct, yeah.
When he has made it.
Yeah, the risk was definitely worth the reward there. So.
And as far as combination goes, it wasn't the most challenging, but obviously they can go wrong quickly.
So when Shane Thompson hit a really nice 3-ball combination in a rack in the last match, and I said I fancy myself the worst 2-ball combination shooter on earth, and imagine what I do with a 3-ball combination. So.
Yeah.
Just gonna say, what do you like him doing here with the 10? But I like what he looked at here. Just kind of roll this in and shoot it in the top right past the 8, and should have everything solved from there.
As expected, though, make the combination. He's going to win the rack, and this 8-ball 4, just that. No doubt, no surprise either that he's been in perfect position every single step of the way here.
Yeah, just kind of what we have seen from Justin and some of the other top players is, I mean, whenever he has control of a rack, he just does not make a mistake.
Yeah,
I mean, it just we've seen a lot of our other top pros that you'll miss a ball that we would think they wouldn't miss in a million years, and like I said, he just is not making those, not giving the chances that much. So, or he's making all of them. Excuse me.
Keeps the game clean, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
This is why I enjoy watching him play. the reason he doesn't miss the easy balls like other players can do is because he gives himself easy balls because his patterns and cue ball are so on point.
Yeah.
Other players, and very good players as well, they can get a little bit out of shape, and then you have to come up with a shot.
Right. So yeah, it's easy outs on stop shot outs, but
Yeah.
you could shots they hit to get those are nice.
You could watch Justin play for an hour and go, you haven't hit a bad shot, you haven't had to hit a hard shot yet, and that's the beauty, and that's the puzzle, and that's why I love the game. I have to say, are we heading towards another Bergman Cousins final? Amazing how the draws have come out, that they've both been in the opposite halves again.
Yeah.
Tom's currently 6-3 up over Cashton Keaton. Joe Prince is already into the semi-finals, beat Jonathan King 7-3. So Tom would, if he wins, would have another battle with Joe Prince.
Oh wow.
That would be their fourth. 2-1 currently to Joe in American pool terms.
Yeah, I was actually visiting with Joe because his home club in London uses American equipment, right? So
yeah, they have English tables there, but they have a lot of American tables there. The club's called Spots and Stripes in London. Always makes me smile because here in America you don't call the solid spots, but in the UK it's Spots and Stripes.
yeah.
So it sort of makes me smile that there's an American bar in London, and they should have gone Solids and Stripes, but that's
Just made
people,
up.
but people in the UK we go, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
A few different terms, though, isn't it? The around the world, different things.
Yeah, you and I kind of had a fun
Yeah.
little moment earlier about what you guys call is it combinations? You call them
Plants.
plant. You say plant, and I say plants.
Yeah, plant. Yeah, we call them plants.
Yeah.
I prefer combination. Really, the only reason it's in the UK it's slightly different is that we talked about the combination within the rule set, international 8-ball rules. The combination is when you're trying to play yours and your opponent's.
Ah, okay.
So that's the only reason. It's just I slightly hesitate with it, but I prefer combination to the plant.
Meanwhile, we've been talking about the English language, and Justin still is just perfectly in line on every shot again and running it out, making it look easy.
Yeah, just another one that's just absolute pinpoint perfect all the way through. Easy game when he plays like this.
Yeah, if you're newer to pool and haven't watched this man play much, you're probably thinking that this is an easy game. Nope, he just makes it look easy at times.
What other terms do you have for them? I've heard bigs and smalls, highs and lows.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, highs and lows. I mean, stripes and solids, obviously. There's a couple of them. It's even kind of regional. I'm trying to think. There's a different high balls, low balls.
Yeah.
You say that quite a bit. Yeah, it's kind of regional in the U.S. as to what you refer to them as. So. Justin still in when they're on Stevens' break, and
Rack 5, just to break. Leading 3 racks to 1.
And one thing Justin's been doing different, or not different, he's been doing the same all weekend, but he has not shied away from that second ball break, and we saw Shane struggle with it so much, and he switched to the head ball break, but Justin has been really been hitting that break great.
Yeah, I mean, I've not played much over here in America over the course of the last few months, but I for whatever reason, the second ball break was something I've really used a lot in my career, but I don't get on with it as well on the American table, and the front ball break I just feel like, especially on the Brunswick, because I just feel like you can really just pop it and just you don't have to go for extreme power, and it seems to work.
Yeah.
But for Justin, he's been on the second ball the whole weekend long.
Yeah, and that's and 8-ball, and it's really what I exclusively use as well. And I've kind of noticed the same thing with the international 8-ball rule set and the 8 racking on the spot. I mean, I get even bigger breaks with that second ball break. But it's kind of all relative. Even if if you miss hit the head ball, you're not going to get a good break, and if you miss hit the second ball back, you're not going to get a good break. So I think it's just more about staying consistent with hitting where you want to.
Oh, Justin's just really found a rhythm here, isn't he?
Yes, he has, and I mean he's just like shooting stop shot outs and making it look easy. It's I wish I could play that well. So.
Just wonder if he would have liked an extra turn off the cushion, just to make it just that touch more controllable. I mean, he's still absolutely fine, but we're talking about Justin Bergman, and his cue ball is normally absolutely. He may well have been playing one more turn off.
Yeah, that's the difference we're talking about. When he makes a cue ball mistake, it's only a half compared to where if I did, I might be on the corner pocket or something.
There was a beautiful moment where he played last night, obviously with Tina. They won the title in the mixed, and he was asking for her to play a stop shot, but he wanted it to come back a half inch.
Yeah.
And he's just pointed at the table, and that's the level we're talking about.
Yeah.
Not just stop shot. It's more than that.
So you and I were doing that match together.
Oh, we were. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah. But she actually executed perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Not stopping it, just coming back one half turn.
Yeah, I actually visited with Justin right after that match, and he said he really because they didn't know each other and never played together before that, and it was amazing how well they played together. He said, "No, he's like, I love it. She's a great shot. She has the perfect pace for me, and she plays confidently." He's like, "I play doubles with her anytime." It's like the way they looked last night at times. I didn't know if there was anybody in the room that could have even beat them. We paired them together. They were playing perfect.
They played brilliantly. They really did. I mean, see, they were pegged back from 4-0 in front in the final, but that was just a treat to watch. Both pairs were really entertaining.
Yeah, it was.
But to feel for Stephen McGoy here, just as he sits and watches on, because he's been watching like we have. He hasn't played in this match since 1-1. Last 3 racks all run by Justin. 2 off Justin's break, 1 off Stevens, and it's been a treat to watch, but not if you're in Stevens' chair.
Right. Yeah, we don't mind an arch chair back here. It's fun, but yeah, if you're out there not playing much, can't imagine he's enjoying it too much. But still a good experience. Something that he probably doesn't get much of playing pool as of now. But
okay, now it's time to force himself onto the match. He's made a ball, and the chance is a good one.
I think that 11's just enough past the 5, where the 5 still goes on the side. Looks like possibly. Ton to navigate here, really. I mean, the 6 and 7, if you're not perfect, could get a little hairy, I guess. But
Yeah, but if you use the 4 to come down to the left-hand side of the table, you've got margin of error of about a quarter of the table, so I don't see an issue. You could get a little funny on the 7, and that might affect you getting onto the 8, assuming the 7's the last ball. But when you play down, if you could play the gap to get on the 7, to get on the 6, but I mean, you could go either way around. You really shouldn't have an issue. Yeah, that's a good shot. Now he's got room to play with. Yeah, that's good. See, now I'd go 7 rather than the 6. But if he comes up 2-3 rolls short, then you'd go 6 first.
Right.
And it looks like he's still going to go. No. Yeah, he looks like he's still going to go 6. But I quite like just rolling the 7 in, and then you've got the 6 in the opposite corner.
I just can't tell the angle on the 7. If you would bump that 13, is something to mess with it? I don't know. So it was.
But I just preferred the 6 to the 8 was my preference.
Sure. But he shot that well and should be able to avoid those stripes and come out for the 8 in the side here.
Yeah, all very nice. That's what I like, though, just this sort of analysing the pattern in terms of, I do that when I used to play and practice. I'd take long, if I was on solo practice, take longer, study what was going on and kind of try and think about which way makes it the easiest and which route requires the least amount of execution.
Yeah, I think that, I kind of always got to give a shout out to my pool mentor, Ivan Sweezer from Centralia, Missouri. One of the biggest things that we played league together for years.
Yeah.
And whether we were playing or not, if it was one of our mates playing friends that were up, we would just sit on the side and just talk our way through every 8-ball rack, and we would do it for hours. And for me, that was the biggest development for me as a pool player, more than he could have actually showed me physically. Was just able to work on the pattern play, what ball to take, because as I always tell my league players that are learning, you picking the right ball is literally 75% of the battle.
Yeah.
So
the one of the best things I ever did to learn patterns and to practice was to do it. I actually did a lot away from the table. Mm-hmm. YouTube was my friend.
Yeah,
I used to study the top players. I'd let them break. I'd pause the rack, and then I'd go, right, what am I looking at here? What would I think? What do I do? What do I think? How do you go? And then analyze what they do.
Oh, that's
then
great.
Play it out, and you kind of learn. You learn from watching the greats, and then go and try and execute it yourself.
Mm-hmm. You got that 8 rolling again. Not that it counts now that we're in the open, but
does he make another one though?
It looks like he did make a stripe.
Yeah, he's got a stripe down.
Yeah. And this guy, we have to give a shout out to Steven there after being sat on what we say in America, you're sitting on your cue for 3 straight racks, and you get an alternating break format and come out there and break and run. It just shows some moxie, some heart there. So that was good to see.
What? Didn't. He's made a ball, isn't he?
I guess not. Yeah.
No, he hasn't. No, I miscounted.
Yeah.
Okay. When I assumed it was me.
No, it was me. I counted incorrectly as well. So.
Yeah. Turns out I can't count to 15.
Right.
So Justin wasn't sure. So the rule is there. Just anyone wondering what's going on. The international 8-ball rules. If you make the 8 on the break, it's not a golden break or anything like that we saw over the shootouts over the last couple of days. That's tournament rules. But we just have a couple of additions for the main, sort of TV tournaments, if you like. But the normal international rules, 8-ball comes back up. If you have made other balls, then you retain control of the table. If you don't, then it's your opponent. Essentially, it becomes a dry break. So, argument for it both ways, but there's 15 balls on the table, therefore you haven't made one.
Sure, yeah, and that was actually got to correct a previous mistake. I said CEO Scott Price last time. It's head referee Scott Price, CEO Scott Ryan. But no, Scott Price and I had a good discussion about it, because I'll be honest that as we all learn new rule sets, we all have something we don't like about it. And the one I just had the most trouble with getting on board about was that rule about only making the 8 on the break. Yeah, you made a ball, feel like you're penalizing it.
I do get it. I do, and I'm not quite on the fence. I'm definitely pro the way it's set up, but I do get it completely.
And I think the way that Scott Price explained it to me, he's like, the 8's never a legal ball on the break. It always spots in our format. So we don't reward for only making that ball, and because it always spots, if you only make that, you'd be shooting again with 15 balls on the table. So that's why it is considered a dry break in this format. So it's like, love it or hate it, at least it makes sense. So, and then I can get on board with that at that point. So that's
the one thing I would say with international 8-ball rules: love it or hate it. Okay, give you a sensible reason why every single rule is in place.
I agree, 100%. And it's more exciting. As I kind of explained to my league players when they're joining, it's a brand new rule set compared to what we're used to as Americans, but it doesn't force speed pull. But what this whole rule set does is just speed up the pace of 8-ball racks, because sometimes 8-ball racks can get painfully slow if it's a defensive battle, things like that. And so
it's progressive. It's always a progressive tactical exchange. Key shot, though. We're talking about the rules. This is absolutely key shot in this context of this match. And it's no good
from him. Yeah.
Big moment, because he gets out there. It's 4-3, and he has the break. Now, unless he makes a miracle shot here, it's going to be 5-2. It just gives the opportunity for Justin.
Yeah, typically say, hey, at least you got a hit and you give a ball in hand, but kind of where these lay, I don't think where if you got a good hit and give a ball in hand didn't really matter. Justin's always going to be a favorite to get out of this one now. Steven's probably going to be kicking himself now. I mean, that would have been a great opportunity to steal ones on Justin break and get it 4-3 with him breaking and a chance to get level there. But fortunately, that 8 was always the problem in the rack, and couldn't quite navigate it. So. The other thing I always find interesting about Justin is, a lot of good level pool players, they seem to tinker quite a bit with the pool cue equipment and things like that. And I'll have to ask him after this match, but he's been playing with that pool cue for many, many years, I do believe. So it hasn't changed much, and why would you?
Yeah, well, absolutely, why would you? Yeah, it's that's very akin to English pool and snooker. We've talked about this before, and the amount that American players will tinker with their cue and change their cue and all sorts of different bits and pieces. I played snooker and English pool for the better part of 40 years. I've had 2 cues.
Yeah,
2 cues my whole life.
Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong as an American. I've had about 3 cues my entire life. So
whereas,
I don't change equipment.
I reckon the average American pool player probably has a cue a year.
Yeah, right, something like that. Yeah, they change quite a bit. Of course, the technology improves all the time. So it's but I'm just stubborn. I don't want to relearn how to play, so I just play with what I'm used to, and that's probably my problem. So.
Yeah. I have to say, now that I'm involved with Ultimate Pool USA, I'm all for it, by the way. I like the commercial side of it. It makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
There's English cue makers out there that are going, why can't we have this in this? I want players to be more like that.
Yeah, buy as many cues as you want.
Yeah, that's
from us.
One a year, please. Yeah.
Last thing Steven needed here was that it was a dry break.
Yeah, he's such small margins in this game. He's really, from 1-1, sat there and watched. Then he takes out his own run out. He's got to get the next frame, otherwise he could be done. It's so tough.
I think Justin's going to have to do a little work on this one with that 4-ball at some point.
Do you think it's makeable, either corner?
It doesn't look like it is to me, but it's like sometimes our overhead lies to us a little bit. So
I wondered whether it did slide in to the top right hand. Well, he's missed that by a way.
One of the first balls we've seen him miss there, of course, being jacked up treetop over that ball didn't help. He must not have been able to see the 7. I figured he might shoot that as opposed to being over the top of the ball, but
I'm sure he was playing for the 7.
course, what Justice got going on that miss, even though he did miss, if he gets back to the table, that 3-5 didn't tie up and just wired the combination. I swear every time I bomb a ball, that 3-5 would just wire up to where neither one of them went. Yeah, we see one of our first safeties in this match. I can't remember if anybody's played safe at any point here, but Steven was kind of left with no option there. He had to, so.
Attention call.
Steve's definitely coming here with a chance to get out. It's not the most roadmap out, but something he's probably favored to navigate, at least on his normal match night or something like that. Stream table might put a little bit more pressure on him, but the first shot's the hardest here, it looks like. So. A good shot there, and he got a little love by hitting off that point. Doesn't look like he can get through to that 11 ball in the corner, but looks like the 8's going to have him a little bit.
We've got 12:25 left on the clock, so just everything this frame is really, isn't it, now for Stephen? Especially with Justin having the next break, 6-2, 10 minutes to go. You just don't see him really having too much chance.
No, and then it is kind of nice to see, the point we spoke about, how like amateurs tend to always fire at something, think they got to do too much. He's really just kind of played the simple safe here, and not left Justin a shot, and Justin's got to play a defensive shot back at him. So it's great to see. So. It looks like he's definitely just playing his normal game, no matter his opponent here, and he's at least getting himself a fighting chance in this rack.
That might be danger.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. What do you think on that one?
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's certainly not what's happened, because he's left a run out on here.
Yeah.
Not an easy one, of course.
Of course, I always say I've never had a bad plan from sitting in this commentary booth, so or missed the ball. But. But seemed to have worked out here. Justin took a swing at the bank and missed it. So
yeah, it was. I guess you'd say maybe it's dangerous, because obviously you're playing Justin Bergman. Maybe he was just teasing him and tempting him to open it up, but it was risky for me. I mean, it wasn't easy for Justin, far from it, but
it could have been one of those moments. Hey, I'm up 5-2. Let's just go ahead and get to my break and see what happens. It's.
So Stephen McGoy's got a really good chance then to get back within 2.
Of course, that may be a little bit of Justin's naivety too with the format, because if he could have just left that stuff tied up, burned a few minutes off this match clock, and kind of make the lead insurmountable at that point. always funny how sometimes those long, dead straight ones are what we miss the most. Really, it's a true test of your form and cueing on those. If you are off a little bit, you're going to miss them.
Yeah. Passed the test, though.
Yeah.
9:16 to go, 2 behind at 5-3. And Justin just coming off the boil a little bit in that rack, you'd say. It was a mixy layout.
Well, if nothing else would ever happen to the rest of this rack, Steve, I have a good story that, hey, I outmoved Justin Berkman at least 1 to 1
Yeah.
8-ball rack here.
Yeah.
So.
Justin still in control, has the next break, already 2 in front, and the 9 minutes is into his advantage as well if he wins the next rack. Plenty of time, though, to turn around the 2 rack
Absolutely.
deficit.
And just kind of what I've seen is the person behind, once we hit that 10 minutes and that 15-second shot clock, it really, really, really is to their advantage. That 15-second shot clock is. I think because you're kind of free rolling, you've got nothing to lose, you're behind in the match, and you're just kind of getting more of a rhythm. Well, you could have made a few more on that break, Justin. Jeez.
Attention call. Stripes in play.
Here's one of those cue ball moments for Justin we always talk about. He's going to get on the short side of that 13 ball. And
You'd like, I'm sure he would have wanted to go 9 up the table first.
I think no matter what, he just wanted off that rail. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I don't like the 9. I don't like the 9 to the 8, but that's what he's going to have to do. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also. I'm not sure it's how he would have wanted it to be. But it's okay when you get perfect.
Yeah, he gave himself the perfect thing to navigate that, didn't he? And perfect once more.
Yeah, perfect to perfect will always play.
Yes.
Very nicely done once again from Justin Berkman. He goes 1 rack away from making it into the semi-finals of the Louisville Open, where a certain Shane Thompson is waiting. It's also going to be a rematch of Tom Cousins and Joe Prince for the 4th time in 2 weekend events. They will battle it out in the other semi-final.
I cannot remember if it was in the quarters or the semis in Kansas City. I think Justin and Shane played.
Right, okay, yeah.
I know it was very deep in the tournament, but it was...
I'm pretty sure it was the quarters.
Quarters, yeah.
Yeah.
So Shane will be out with some revenge there. That's what is it? Do they play each other? Is that the draw?
Yeah, it's the draw. Yeah.
Said, yeah.
I mean, we are. I mean, unless Stephen turns this one around, we're essentially a match away from a 3rd straight final between Tom Cousins and Justin Berkman this weekend. Obviously, the mixed pairs, they had partners, but that would be some story.
It would.
And they played in the final in the Denver shootout as well.
And, I mean, of course, like I said, we definitely not over here. Steven's got a fighting chance for sure as he gets a good break there. I think that would probably be most people's pre-event pick for the finals as well.
Yeah.
So.
They're the two tournament favourites for me.
Oh yeah,
But no doubt about it. And Tom won't be as well known in America as he is over in England and with English pool around the world, because he's known all around the world for English pool. But I mean, I think people have seen over the last couple of tournaments just the level he can play at.
Yeah, I think if they don't know him, they will soon. And so, I definitely, when he first came to Denver, I was like, I've never heard of this guy, and told him, just watch, you'll learn a few things.
Yeah.
And so
he's right up there with one of the best 8-ball players in the world. I say it that way simply because there's a handful of players in China that only play Chinese 8-ball that are off the charts when it comes to 8-ball as well. But it's he's right there with anybody. Good bank. He missed his breakout a couple of shots ago, so he's working hard here. This could be his last shot in the tournament if he doesn't get it right.
One of the things that I've considered quite impressive with some of the Europeans coming over is I didn't really realize exactly how different the equipment was until referee Daryl, who's doing this match here, he has the English 8-ball set with him, and I saw how incredibly different the cue ball is, and I was just baffled by it. It looks like a ping pong ball compared to our
It's a very the balls being different sizes, smaller, much smaller, and obviously the cue ball smaller than the object balls changes the dynamic. But that's a conversation for another day, because that is going to be pretty much the end of this match. You feel Stephen McGoy just got his line wrong there, missed his breakout previously, trying to attack it once again. Trying to land on the bank or get behind it this time round, and obviously scratches in the corner and leaves just a routine run out here for Justin Bergman to make it through to another semi-final here with Ultimate Pool USA. Touch short for perfection, still well within his scope. Simple enough 8-ball. And in it goes, Justin Bergman into the semi-finals of the Louisville Open. He'll take on Shane Thompson. On the other side of the draw, it will be Tom Cousins taking on Joe Prince. We're going to take a break for a couple of hours. When we come back, we've got the big finals for you. We've got 5 more matches to bring you today, all coming up from 6 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to have the 2 semi-finals from the Open. We're going to have the women's final and the junior final before the final of the Open. 5 more big matches to come. We'll see you in a couple of hours.